be live, both in video and sound. So welcome, one and all, to Tomb of Annihilation, or Tomb of the Abomination, as I should say. Hello, hello, hello! I am Dennis, that is my crime, it is also my punishment. And welcome to the first in what may be a couple of sessions involving one of my absolute favourite settings in the Forgotten Realms and in D&D in general. Welcome to Chult, home of the Abomination herself. For those of you who are joining us for the very, very first time, we are the Dice and Dolts. We've basically been playing D&D for a couple of years now, at least 2, getting on to 3 years, and over which we've done things like Curse of Strahd, World Eat Dragon Heist, and a few homebrew games, and 100% of them for the most part have been sort of interconnected into our own little weird MCU setting. If you want to check out more of them, then you absolutely want to be checking out the Journeys Plays YouTube channel. This game, however, as you can see in the top of the screen, is going to be on the Dennis Illustration channel, because I would like to take a little bit of a load off our delightful Journeys' back and let her enjoy the experience of being a player. And also because I want to play with all the bells and whistles and all the toys. See? Slideshow! Webcam! Technology, it's amazing. But yes. And also, of course, happy Halloween to everybody who is, unfortunately like me, working on Halloween and can't actually have the day off. This will do. So, let us get things started as we move over to the actual screen itself. Welcome, 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 one and all. Would everyone like to introduce themselves? Starting off with, let's see, Sephi, who are you and what are you playing?
My name is Malik Hayden. I'm a warlock. I'm a member of the Knights of the Blue Moon. And, well, I've been from battlefield to battlefield. Not from Waterdeep, I'm from Moonshade. And I make a little bit more money.
Okay. Kuba, who are you playing? This very against type character for you. Who is this?
I'm Mr. Red. I is a ranger. I'm very much am from Waterdeep. I'm a delightful Cockney orphan. I spend most of my days in the streets. But I heard of a great hero of ours, of our fine province, Mr. Skyreach. I looked up to him, you see, and he looked after us. So I wanted to get in with his rescuers and perhaps become a harper one day. I applied. He said, "Kid, you're too dang young. Practice and come back when you're older." Well, as a man now, I'm 6 years old. So I signed the fuck up. You can't turn me away now. And that's about the size of it.
I'm a man of 6. I absolutely adore it. Next,
man.
Yeah, kobolds, you gotta love him. Next up, Nicola, who are you and what are you?
Didn't think of a voice. Hi, kitten. Sit down. I am Bucket. I am a perhaps very strange thing. Some people see me as a suit of armor, other people know what I am. I am a construct. I am my own person, and I have my own goals.
Right on. Aja, would you like to explain who and what you are?
My name's Char. I'm a tiefling rogue, and I haven't got much farther than that. I'm probably in it for the money, and that's about it.
Money there is going to be plenty of in this country if you survive. And last but by no means least, Bloody, who and what are you?
I'm playing the Kinro. She's a half orc, oh my god, half elf gunslinger. She's here to earn money and protect the land, and that's all I'm willing to tell you right now.
That's valid. Okay. So, various members of this little group, I would assume for the most part you've never really met each other beforehand. You're all various mercenaries or people looking to make a name or some coin, as most people are wont to do in the world. And through various means and ways, you find yourselves united in the well-known city of adventures, the city of Waterdeep. Yes. It's very loud. But yes, Waterdeep, with its giant statues and its city filled with history and adventure. It's a great place to start, and over a period of anything from days to months, or in Risk's case, years, you eventually get connections, you eventually put in with various organizations and people who can assist you in finding work, employment for people with specific sets of skills. While you are not members, at least most of you, of the Harpers, you do know that they have been looking for people to assist them recently with a particular job. You don't know the exact specifics, however, you have been told to meet in a safe house used by the Harpers very often. A safe house that Risk would know very well. It is a place known to many as Trollskull Alley, also known as Rascal's Rendezvous. And anybody who is familiar with our Dragon Heist game will know this place very, very well. The Knoll Bouncer, Yagrin, has let people in, keeping an eye on any unsavory figures. A few of the owners are hanging out, enjoying the atmosphere, general conversation. A few kobolds are working in the kitchen. Some of them are waiting tables. The large Loxodon working behind the bar has given you various drinks that you require. And at the moment you're currently waiting to meet your main contact to give you more specific information about the job that you have been assigned. Before that, is there anything that anyone wish to discuss with these other strangers in the group? This is the first time for the most part that you've really interacted with each other.
You're not new in town.
Sorry, you
don't seem... Jonas first.
No, go ahead. It's just like Bucket's just like working on the interior of his arm for a second.
So you're not new in town. You don't seem like regular fixtures of Waterdeep, much less the Rendezvous.
I tend to spend most of my time on the road. But I've lived in Waterdeep for about 10 years now.
10 years, eh? Well, it's longer than I've been alive.
before that I used to live in Moonshay.
Blimey, I have no idea where that is. Far is it?
It's about 2 days sail. 2 days sail westwards.
Oh, I'd like to go sailing one day. That's why I signed up for this job. As one of Rascal's rescuers. Guy put me off for years, but had no more reason to say no once I came of age. Literally yesterday.
That's fair enough.
I spent that time in the woods outside Waterdeep practicing my craft. I reckon I could take anything he can throw at me.
I spent the last, 9 years making my way around the Sword Coast. The Knights of the Blue Crescent.
God, who be
Likely
they?
throws a washer at risk.
The Knights of the Blue Crescent. Guess you could say that our job is to make sure the weave stays protected.
Ah, magical crap, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you do a right good job of it.
I'll do my best, but there's been some bad stuff over the last few years, and I have to do these sort of side jobs just to stay afloat.
Ah, the eternal money worry, eh?
That's true.
Yeah, I've not had much need for money. I've just kind of made do. It was an awful rough lot for us kobolds in Waterdeep till Mr. Skyreach started turning things around. We owe him a lot. And that's why I'm here now.
As you guys are talking, the door here opens up to what you assume is the privet, and this female figure comes out very loudly, making a point to open and close the door and make sure that everyone sees her. Well, yes, I have used the bathroom for my normal bathroom business like a normal living person. Hello. And she just starts walking back over to the bar. Apparently it's one of the waitresses. That's an inside joke, if anyone remembers Scaletta there.
That's Nola. She does very human things. She's very much alive.
Yes, she's very, very much alive. Mm-hmm.
What an unusual individual.
Oh, you're not rather usual yourself.
Well, Bucket looks down at the assorted materials that basically constructs him. He's obviously not one unit. He has been made up of several different units and different designs and purposes. And he just kind of looks down to himself and looks over to Risk. I make do with what I had.
I relate to that. You're still living, you're still kicking, that's what matters.
One of the younger kobolds heads over to the table and starts passing out the drinks. There you go, that's yours, that's yours. Was there anything else you wanted? He's got this weird, it's weird coloration for a kobold, you know, like sort of like green and red scales. But one of the things that you, Risk, would notice about the Skyreach children is the fact that a lot of them have hair, which is not common for kobolds at all. And this one here has sort of like this really long, like dark emo type fringe over most of his face. And there's...
Cap, don't forget the song.
Yeah, you see.
CP, don't forget the song.
So the person who just said that is this other kobold down here. Did you want to say anything about random, Sephi?
He's just a rather nattily dressed little kobold with a rather ornate-looking phoenix staff.
Well, we only do that for tips, so excuse me. And he's just like, he's doing his best to try and back away from the table before anybody puts any money into his hand. Does anybody... What's this? What's in the chat? Yes. So, is anybody going to tip him to hear this mysterious song?
Risk would, but CP knows where he lives.
I would say that's valid. You've been Risk. You've been here enough times to know that out of all the Skyreach children, CP or CS, Captain Skyreach as he's called, he's the one you kind of get a bit worried about. And it's like as he's like looking over the table, he gives you a very particular glare. But I would say, for the fun of it, you just hear at the back. In fact, I would say this. I would assume Rascal would call out to say the song.
Say the song, CP! They're paying customers!
Sure thing, Dad. Thank you for calling the Kobold Crew. We're happy to bring your food to you. The hot stays hot and the cold stays cold, and it's brought to your door by Happy Kobold.
Amazing.
The death glare, that CP is giving everybody at this table. This is, I don't know if anybody, any of these characters have worked in the service industry before, but you've seen this look before on people just before they became serial killers. He just
say, Random is currently giggling his little ass off.
I know where you live too.
Looks could kill. You would all be non-functional.
I live across the hall from you, Captain.
I love it. So yeah, I'd say it's around this time that the door opens here, and a creature that most of you would have never seen before, again, except for Risk, since he's a regular. How would you describe Kolrath the Seer?
She is a magnificent kobold who's about twice the size of a typical kobold. She's about 4.5 feet tall from ear tips to feet. And she wears soft, cottony, flowing robes, bright yellow to contrast with her green scales. She too has hair. It's as black as hair as Captain's, but hers is it's perhaps strange to some as she moves, and her hair that comes out through the hood of her robes catches the light in certain ways. It looks like it might have green highlights. She is, and when I say she's voluptuous, she is voluptuous. Her dimensions are extraordinary, and she walks with a bit of a it's almost like someone is half pretending to be a hunched, hooded figure of fate, while also doing a fancy 1940s diva walk. It's awkward.
It's an entrance.
To maybe some. It's an entrance. And she approaches the group. And I did want to say, Divilo, the question I asked, I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, basically, this is the general setup. You have had the upstairs room to the tavern rented out by they say they are a friend. Someone who is trying to deal with a problem that only the Harpers can really manage. And they've acquired...
Right. I just meant do I have a... Sorry, go ahead.
No, carry on.
I just wanted to know if I had a dossier of who everybody was.
You would basically have the general bullet point information that we the players have heard so far.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Including the various visions you have received.
Ah, that may come up. But first, greetings.
Mm-hmm.
And would this be an appropriate time for her to be carrying what I discussed with you?
Absolutely.
So, at her, if it's okay with you, can Clarity be helping her with the other tray?
Absolutely, I have no
Okay.
token or art, but if you wish to
No
describe
problem.
your daughter Clarity.
Yes. Next to Kulrath is a silent figure dressed in a black skirt and top that looks like it has a spider web pattern on it with gauzy flourishes. She looks very severe, very serene, dark green, darker green than her mom. And her hair is long and black and goes down to her hips. And she walks reverently carrying a tray of steaming liquid in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cups. Am I getting the number right?
Mm-hmm.
And Cully is also holding a tray, which she carries over to the table and sets down as she looks at everyone and says, "Greetings. Welcome to Rascal's Rendezvous. I am Colrathacia, my daughter Clarity. The man of the house will be here in a moment. I've brought you... Oh, I see you got your own drinks. Well, not a problem. I should have foreseen it." And she says, she lays down the tray, and on the tray are these golden cakes that look like they have sweet, delicious whipped cream inside of them. There are a couple dozen of them, enough for each of you to have a few. They're a little bit more than bite size. They're about 2 or 3 bites each. She says, I brought something to refresh you."
Bucket picks up the offering and just kind of looks over it, then opens a tiny hatch in his torso, slides it in, and closes the hatch.
She says, I understand you are going to be facing difficulties on your journey, and these this is my way. I've worked hard on them over the last few days. They are golden cakes, I call them. There's whipped sweet cream inside, sugar, egg, cricket meal, mealworm, grasshopper paste. I hope you love them.
Thank you for your hospitality, Madam Skyreach. Malik is going to... He's not going to make a show of eating it, but he is going to indicate that he's gratefully accepting the food.
And then she takes up a chair and says, "As I said, my husband will be here momentarily. We have much to discuss. You..." And she goes around and since I am bad with names, I'm just going to say it this way. She gestures to each person, says their name. She has been paying attention. She is correct. And she says, "I'm so grateful for you coming here." And Clarity says, "Yes, it's going to be a fantastic adventure for all of you."
And she
And
also,
then Clarity waves and
if I
walks
may,
away.
I will
sure,
say
go ahead.
this, she will look over, Soda says, "The ones who survive, of course."
Clarity, we talked about your sense of humor.
Yes, we did, Mother.
Don't mind her. She likes to be dramatic. It's how she keeps entertained. When you can see into the future like she can, you have to find a way to to bring the fun into prophecy.
So, now for clarification, as I was saying earlier, the Skyreaches were basically hired by a third-party individual. The upstairs meeting room has been hired to basically, you know, be a place where you guys can talk in private in regards to what your current task is. But Korath and Rascal and basically everybody else in the tavern, they're not actually aware of who the person is.
Correct.
Merely that a figure of importance who has the best interests of Waterdeep and the wider world is looking for people to assist in a problem. So, here is the question. I would like you all to make a note, those of you who eat the fresh hot food and those who do not. Is there anybody who does not eat the food?
Kinrail does not eat it.
Kinro does not eat.
Does she save it or does she throw it away or?
Oh no, she just leaves it on her plate, lets it sit there. She is drinking her drink.
Okay. In that
You're gonna eat that. I'll have yours if you don't want it. You don't know what you're missing out on. Mr. Skyreach's cooking, it's legendary.
It
Bucket
took 3
obviously
days to
does not
make.
eat it.
Yes, I see the whispers. Okay then. Those of you who do eat the food, you take the benefit of Hero's Feast. And yeah, so for those who are not aware, if you had any disease or poison, you are cured of that. Those who have partaken, you are now immune to poison and to being frightened. And all your wisdom saving throws are going to be taken with advantage. Also, those who have eaten, roll 2d10 and make a note. And you have increased your hit point maximum by that amount for just 24 hours.
Okay.
Some tasty mealworm right there. So.
Very good. You don't know what you're missing out on.
Yeah, they taste basically, for everybody's awareness, they are basically, they taste like Twinkies with almond paste and whipped cream.
So
They are
hungry.
good.
So.
Lots of nutrients in cricket flour.
Oh yeah, Char, would you please roll me 2d10s? Because those 2d10s are now, you basically add that to your current hit points. Yeah, just make a note, that's your, so you basically have 6 extra hit points for 24 hours. So, does everybody, is Korath going to lead the party upstairs?
Yes, Kulrath at this point says, now that everyone who wishes to has enjoyed their food and drink. The drink is fresh chocolate from a faraway region, spiced with cayenne. Oh, wait, but no, we're going upstairs. Sometimes I get a little distracted. And so she says, come on, up, everyone. We need to go up there and see everyone. And plus, I have to get back to my lovely husband who will be joining us up there. Rascal, where are you? Okay, let's everyone go up there.
I will actually, just give me a second. I need to actually give Kuba control of this fine creature here. One moment.
Oh, fine doesn't begin to cover it.
Okay. There he is, and everyone can see. There you go, Cubes. You now have... I have 0 stats. You have now control of this fine fellow right here.
That's no problem. I will blag it.
Okay.
I also cannot see. I cannot move Kulrath.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I thought I gave you control of her.
Nope.
Give me.
I don't want to cause technical delays.
No problem. I thought I gave you control of her. Just give me. Let me try and fix that one moment. Yes, for some reason it didn't take because roll 20, but here she is, and boom. There you go. You should now have control of her. That's why you only saw Specky earlier and not the druid.
Yes. There's my handsome hero hubby. Hello, Rascal.
Hello, Cubby.
The visitors are here. I'm assuming they loved what I made. I told you they would. Clarity said that they would. Most of them, anyway.
Well,
We're ready to go upstairs.
Yeah, presuming our ragtag bunch of adventurers are fed and watered, we'll go upstairs and not keep our guest waiting.
Oh, my dearest, let's do.
So, question. Who is opening the upstairs door first? Rascal or Cully?
Cully, I would think.
Okay.
Cully's being a domestic. She's going to help out.
Make a dexterity. I'm joking, as if I would do that.
Not in our tavern.
No. So, as you're leading the group upstairs, you find a gentleman you have never seen before, sitting, basically legs up on the table. Idly playing with a dagger, gives you a very friendly smile as you all begin to walk in, especially for you, Korvath. He stands up suddenly and gives a very elaborate and polite bow.
She folds her... Sorry, go ahead.
No. What would you like to do?
She folds her hands together and gives a nod of acknowledgement, like, thank you for your graciousness.
Oh, no problem at all, madame. It is a great honor. So, this gentleman is very clearly male, a drow, with a large purple wide-brimmed hat, covered in a... Yes.
I gasped.
Yes. Beautiful, purple leather coat. And he is covered in, daggers, has a beautiful looking rapier, a very large plumed feather in his cap. And again, he gives a very elaborate bow to everyone as you enter. Of course, you are the people I hired. Welcome, please come on in, sit down. Thank you to our hosts, the Sky Reaches. A great honor. Gives a brief look over to Malik. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Rascal, you've been around Waterdeep a while now.
Yes.
Now, Cully may or may not know. The message is descending me. Cully may or may not know Jarlaxo Banray, the
I want to.
Prince of Rogues.
Can I know him?
But Rascal, I would say, if Kuba the player knows, would you care to elucidate?
Ooh, as much as I'd love to flex my lore here, I do not know the deep lore regarding this character. I know who he is, I know what role he plays, but I don't know him inside out. I will fess up.
Okay, so...
But Rascal would!
Yeah, Rascal, you are aware that while he is not a permanent resident of Waterdeep, Jarlaxo is a very big mover and shaker in the criminal side of things in the Sword Coast. He has sometimes worked with both Zentarum, sometimes Xanathar, but more often than not against them, especially the Xanathar. And he is a whenever he does show up, he tends to either be lurking around the docks with his basically, as a member of the Harpers, you have the information that his main base of operation is a mobile submarine that lurks in the docks of Waterdeep. But whenever he's in town, there is a large carnival that he uses to mask his travels, and you did see a bit of a carnival atmosphere over the past day or so it makes sense. Jarlaxo's in town. You didn't expect to see him though in your tavern, in your room, but here we are.
GM, not to keep dominating the scene,
no,
but
please.
I do want to make sure. Did you see the comment I asked? Can I know him that much?
Yeah, I would say you've got the general idea of he is a shady fucker, but he's a charming shady fucker.
Yes, so as they're all getting seated, Cully goes over and whispers something, in a giggly way to this person in that way that's giggly, but I don't know whether that they have to roll or not, but she's serious as hell. And that the message I sent you is what she says. Did you get the message?
I got the message, and he gives a very wide grin and elaborates about, of course, my dear, of course. He also, I would say, both Rascal and Cully would notice, and I would say everybody in the room would notice that his hand is on his rapier as she gets closer.
Yeah.
With a big smile.
A wise response, considering who he's dealing with.
But no, please.
Delighted. Do behave and sit in the chair, she says. Come on. Up. Go. Chair.
Give me a persuasion check, because Mr. Jarlaxo does not like to leave his back exposed. Oh, yeah, roll me a D... I forget character. Roll me a D20. Just a straight D20, please, Collie. Thank you, my dear, but please, no. The best seat in the house should be for the lady of the house. And
fine. I don't care what chair you take, as long as you take one. We're all equals here.
Collie, don't badger Jarlax. It's rare to see him so, literally in our face. I'm used to seeing him around due to his carnivals that tend to precede him, but this is a rare face-to-face experience.
Cully silently makes a little pout face, like, and then takes her chair and then wild shapes into a badger.
But your coin is good. I double-checked. And you have hired this place out for your function. So we are at your disposal, Jarlax.
I know it's not there's no badger symbol, but I'm just gonna say that the wild shaped symbol for Cully is just a snail, so there is now a badger on the table.
Oh no, on the chair. She's sitting in the chair. She might as well have disappeared, but if people look, there's a badger in the chair, and then she turns right back.
Indeed. So, straight down to business. I have some business interests in the local town of Skullport, and some friends of mine there have informed me of some rather nefarious doings with two factions that some of you may have had experience with in the past, the Zentarim and the Xanathar. Now, the Xanathar, they have been trying to make an alliance with the tropical kingdom of Chult, far to the south. They've been doing all sorts of smuggling operations, working with third parties, that kind of thing, but they have never really been able to get a real grip on the place. My contact, before they were brutally murdered, informed me that two ships recently left Waterdeep Harbor with the express intent of heading to Chult for, unfortunately, I don't know the exact details, but certainly nefarious and dubious reasons. These two ships were known as, and the dungeon master has lost the file. Oh no. There we go. He basically explains.
Ship 1 and Ship 2.
Ship 1, Ship 2, yes. There we go. So he basically explains that there is currently a bit of a schism in the Zentarum, and that one of the local agents, who has been trying to get back into trying to build a Zentaran presence in Waterdeep, which has been very difficult over the past few years for reasons. This splinter group has flat out broken away from the Zentaran and is forming its own little group. This splinter faction has joined forces with the Xanathar's Guild, and they are plotting to basically do something a little bit nebulous to the town, I'm sorry, to the country of Chult, specifically a place called Port Nyanzaru. You see, I have never been myself, but Nyanzaru is basically, it's, the silk capital, almost the gold capital of the lower continents. Most of the fabric here, originally at one point, it came from Chult. It is a great trading post. Port Nyanzaru especially, it is a very rich, very wealthy establishment. And if the Xanathar are able to build a presence there, I think long term it would make everybody's business a little more difficult. And I think we can all agree that anything that undermines the Xanathar is a good thing for everybody else. Is it right?
Darn right, Rascal just nods emphatically.
Right as rain.
I mean, I have a vested interest in fording both the Xanathar and the Zentaran, Dazzle.
One of the reasons I wish to hire your fine establishment for this very purpose. Now, not all of these individuals are harpers, but I figured that, those who are interested would be able to find some point of contact in Port Nyanzaru. To my knowledge, there are many different factions from all over the Sword Coast with a presence there. The Emerald Enclave, for example, looking over at Kinrel, the Lord's Alliance, the Order of the Gauntlet, and even, yes, the Zentarum. Now, I know what you're thinking, but the Zentarum, the enemy, not quite in Chult.
If I hear the words, they're a legitimate business. I'm throwing you out of my tavern.
Also, does anyone smell that?
With all due respect, of course. And a full refund. I have my values.
I respect that. I do respect that. But since this is a very serious matter, I will just say they are treated as one over there. Now again, not that I can do anything about that. That is simply how things are done down in Chult. But they have quite the presence, and I believe that they, just as much as anybody else, would be very happy to see the end of these two rogue elements. Now, the ships that you are looking for are the Wicked Glare, which is the Xanathars. Its captain is a dwarven fellow, a really miserable creature by the name of Red Eye. He is the one who I believe killed my informant.
Eyes. Everything is unoriginal with him.
I thought the same thing. He even has, you won't be able to miss him, he has the Xanathar symbol tattooed on his face. Where? Over his eye. Ridiculous, I know. The other one, a little
That's
more
just
sneaky.
precious.
But the other one is a little more
badger?
sneaky.
Are you being so snarky as a badger?
Oh no, I
No.
she turned back almost immediately. She was there,
Oh.
she was like that for a couple of seconds, and then she turned back. It was more of a humph.
I kind of feel sad about that because that would have been amazing. Oh, I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. I just realized that the entire stream was black.
Yeah, all her sniffing and talking has been being done as a kobold.
Give me a moment. Technical
sorry,
difficulties.
I didn't mean to distract from that. I'm sorry.
No. Let's just. And is that going to work now? There we go. Yes, sorry. If someone can keep one eye on the stream, so I know that the visuals aren't working. But anyway. But yes, Jarlaxor is there, and everybody else is there, and we'll carry on. But yes, the one is called the Wicked Glare, and that is with the Xanathar Guild. The other one is known as the Flying Adder. The captain, her name is Florina Dural. I have never met her myself, but she's a bit of an entrepreneurial spirit, half-elf, very clever. Not many people can rise up in the ranks of the Zentarum and then break away without, having some real
sorry.
skill.
Mm.
It's all good.
Paxi Pax.
Yes, she would.
Flying at her.
Indeed.
As in, and she takes her two fingers, her inner fingers, points them together, and then makes little wings with the rest of her fingers and flippity flaps. As in,
Exactly.
flying at her.
Yes, I know. It's the Zentarum. They're so unbranded. It's a little bit cartoonish, says the drow with the full purple leather outfit and the huge hat and,
Hey, at least Yarlitz has style. I mean, says
That
that
he
Hobble that
does.
also has a big fancy hat.
Cully looks over at Rascal and goes, "Sweetie, what we should do is we should buy those ships out from one of them and give them new names like the Sprinkly Snail and the Funny Dragon."
Well,
I mean, we're
And make
already opening up a chain of restaurants and other fairs in other towns. I mean, there's a place on Stormfront Island in the Maelstrom. So
She leans forward and goes,
really busy.
You are such an entrepreneur, sweetie. Isn't he such an entrepreneur, everyone?
if we could get back on the subject at hand, these two ships...
Rascal is the subject at hand.
No, thwarting the Zentarum and Xanathar is the subject at hand, sweetie.
They're not the subject, they're the object. Anyway, do continue, Mr. Sub.
Indeed. There's just a brief moment where the smile just sort of freezes a little. It's and he's regarding the rest of you guys. He's ignoring the Sky Witches now. Let them do their weird thing. I am going to pay you each 100 gold pieces to travel to Chalt, hopefully outpace the ships, and inform the local authorities. There is an individual by the name of Zinda. He is the head of security at the local port, and he is a fairly, from what I am told, well-connected individual. He can put you in touch with all the different folks around Chult to make sure that these two ships, whatever their business is, they never leave the port. And one personal thing, I would like a token to be returned to Waterdeep at some point in the future. Nothing, I'm no rush, but I would like Mr. Red Eyes' eye, if you would be so kind. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. I take care of my employees, as I hope you will see, and I do take it personally when they are taken from me. So,
It's a bit more morbid than we normally allow in regards to our services, but we'll allow it just for you. In the name of good relations.
It seems like your thing. I'm just teasing. Go on. Say what you have to say. Use your words.
He's not looking at the Sky Witches, he's just looking at Char, Risk, and everybody else. Yeah. But yes, an extra 100 gold pieces to whoever procures this and hands it off to one of my associates. Someone will present themselves eventually to you. I have taken the liberty of procuring a ship. It is known as the Brazen Pegasus. The captain is a charming young lady, a little bit, well, I wouldn't say nefarious. She's my kind of woman. The ship itself is a little snug, but I'm sure you won't mind too much. Do you have any questions?
Well, I'm a common, so crowd quarters ain't gonna be a problem for me.
Good to know. He looks over to the rest of the group. Kinray, Char, anything you wish to add? Any questions?
First of all, it's Kinrel.
Kinrel, my apologies. Eyes and L's, they kind of look the same with this font. My bad.
I reckon they're just satisfied with the money, sir.
Yeah, Kinrail is 100% on board as long as there's money. She wants the money.
Okay. In that case, I want everybody to add 100 gold pieces to their inventory as an upfront payment. And
I said I'd pluck out an eye or two for gold, to be honest.
you're my kind of lad, lass. Person, you're my kind of person. Thank you.
You don't eat them, do you?
No,
Oh, okay, great.
you wear them for jewelry, but that's about it.
That I can understand.
Okay, so with all that having been said, if there's nothing else that the party wish to discuss or anything, you're going to start making your way down to the Waterdeep docks.
I do have one thing before they go.
Yes.
Which is very short. As the gentleman is taking his leave, I assume he just politely takes his leave and does all his bows and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the discussion of the things that I'm going to go over in a moment, are we doing that on the way to the docks?
Oh, thank you for the reminder, because yes, that was a thing.
So what she says to him as he's getting ready to leave is she says, "Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. I know I was a little rough. I can sometimes be a little rough around the edges with some people, but I really appreciate you being here. Goodbye. Parting is sorrow. I do have to tell them some prophetic visions that you can't know about. On your way. Take care. Bye-bye."
Give me a persuade. Again, just roll me 2d20s and we'll take the largest one.
She's letting him know that she's about to tell them special secret stuff because she knows that's going to upset him.
Yeah, with advantage to try one more time.
Okay. It's her house, you know?
Yeah. Okay, he raises an eyebrow. It's like, well, till next time. He tugs on the feather, and you notice he's not actually going out the front door. He's backing up against the window, the open window, and he just like tumbles out backwards, giving you a smile. You don't hear
am I
a
not
crash.
supposed to give you a tip?
And you hear the fluttering of feathers as something large flies away.
Delightful. Wouldn't it be cool to be able to turn into things like that? Anyway. And she moves to shut the window.
It's like, not a fuck given. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly it. She's like, that's how people are. She's
Big
like
whoop, Big whoop, Cully. I can teleport to other continents.
that. You can teleport anywhere you want, Sperry Bunny. And then she goes to like shut the window and draw the blinds. And I'm assuming, because this is something Cully would insist on, the big wooden bar.
Okay.
Like, window shut, blinds drawn, shutter shut, big wooden bar. Clunk. We don't want any ice people to get in.
No, we do not.
Yeah,
I'll go around strengthening the enchantments if it make you feel better, sweetie.
No, sweetie, I don't want you here for this. It's time we talk to them about the visions.
Mm-hmm.
So, my name, as I said, is Kolrath the Seer. And she gets this mood like she's like building up to try to tell a story. There's a little bit of floridity to it. And I'm pulling up some. There we go. So she says, "As a seer, I see visions. And in the last few days, I've been having dreams. I've told you about them, Rascal. It's time we told them about them."
Would you like some musical accompaniment to your story, sweetie?
Of course.
He pulls out his lute.
Of course. Because Rascal would already know what these are.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I've already composed music for this occasion.
You're so thoughtful. She puts an elbow on the table and looks over at Rascal, and she doesn't move from that look position. She's trying to lock eyes with him, and She's being seductive and just like, and she stops. And nothing happens. She's just staring into his eyes. She's lost.
Right, I finished tuning. I'm ready to play. Best
Oh,
story.
right.
You lose their interest.
Yes, the prophetic visions. Yes. Well, it all starts with a shark. It's a shark, but it's also a squid. And she's moving her hands around very much so, more than she was before. Invisible tentacles of control, harmonic in the water. And then you notice she starts to get into it, like she's closing her eyes and it's almost like she's seeing it again. And she becomes more lost in what she's discussing. And she says, squid shark dressed in beautiful glittering schools of fish, like scales, like a powerful magical vest. Inky purple darkness, but the smile, the toothy smile. And the tide is red. It's a red tide, still and flowing. She's starting to sway now. Flooding, not by liquid, but a stabbing, climbing, progressive moment, infesting, burrowing, alien veins and arteries, the land and the animals and the people lifted and moved by them. Red. All is red, and the blood muscle tide bites and chokes. Choking is important. And a foggy morning, but the fogs are like cobwebs. Misty, shining cobwebs, or dragonfly wings, maybe. Cobwebs, dragonfly wings, sort of the same, like a thin texture. It's kind of it's indifferent cruelty. It's dragonfly webs. It's the Fae. Yes, it's the Fae. Domination. Sadistic dragonfly pulling the webs apart. Living souls to see how they work and explore it. Take it apart, take the soul apart, see the pieces, and it drives them to the sea. The real death waits. Hungry. And then, the big, impossible thing up out of the water, out of the ocean. It strikes the boat, and I'm tumbling with you all down to the tinkling bright laughter. But the ocean is an angler's mouth. Did you know that the ocean is an angler's mouth? And it's all gnashing teeth and darkness then. Does anyone want more cookies?
Brisk raises his hand.
I'll go get them. And she gets up and like runs out like nothing. And then she goes to go get more treats.
Crikey, Mr. Skyreach, is that a new performance piece of yours? It's really good. Yeah, maybe. We're working on it. But in this case, that was a genuine vision. But I reckon there's an audience for it.
And then as they're saying that, she calls out from the hallway, it was 4 visions over 4 nights, I told you. And then she's down the stairs. Corday, and I need more of the cookie. I need more of the treats. The cream cookie things.
Yes, Mrs. Skyreach. Okay.
And then she does get them, and she'll bring them back up whenever it's appropriate in the conversation. Do go ahead.
Well, that was unusual.
Rascal just kind of leans on the table, like he's got his like fist pressed into his cheek. Welcome to Waterdeep, kids.
I would like everybody who listened to the vision of Kolrathasia, I'd like everybody who wants to at least attempt to understand it to give me a intelligence check.
Just a straight int.
A straight
While they're doing
int.
that, did it all come
Wow.
through to Villo?
Yeah, I thought that went pretty interesting. Okay. Oh shit! Damn, we got some smart kids in this group. Okay. Yeah, I would say Risk, Kinrel, and Char, especially. You three were listening to all the various weird imagery and everything, and there was something about a shark that smiles with invisible tentacles everywhere, and you think back to your host before he left. Or rather, your patron, rather, before he left. And that could be a way of describing Jarlaxle.
Okay.
So that is both interesting and mildly concerning, considering some of the other stuff that she was talking about in her visions. A red tide that bites. A giant thing that destroys the boat, especially, is a bit of a concern to you all. With this information, what would you like to do?
Malik is going to try and think of some things he may have been told about creatures in the ocean.
Give me a nature check.
But could I able to communicate?
Would what be able to communicate?
Well, his patron is a fathomless.
Okay.
So
Interesting,
His
said
patron.
Kuba.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say yes, with advantage. Unfortunately, for this particular session, the player and the DM did not take the time to go over the finer details of the relationship between patron and subject.
Well, I did give you the basics. She's basically in love with him.
Okay. Well,
Her name's Saleya.
Well,
would-
okay.
Okay. For the moment, I would say we won't do any RP in regards to that.
No
But
worries.
I would say that's going to translate to a nature with advantage of 15. You do know that there are some creatures in the deeper ocean that are truly horrific. There are some truly gigantic beings, leviathans, kraken, giant squid, dragon turtles. There are all kinds of things. As you head down further to Cholt, even dinosaurs. Aquatic, but still. There are all kinds of dangerous living creatures down there that may be a threat.
And Cully brings up the other cookies. Or no, I keep saying cookies. I mean the Twinkies, the cakes. She puts the cakes down in front of everybody in the center of the table and then sits down next to Rascal again.
Well, giant sea creatures that can eat boats doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Yeah, I wouldn't go taxing your brain over it. Schultz known as the Hungry Jungle, after all. It's more a question of what isn't going to try and kill you down there.
That's a fair point.
Feeling nostalgic for our days of adventure, Cully?
Not so nostalgic. I'm just wondering how ultimately dangerous my prophetic visions are going to be. Did you like them? Were they fun?
Oh, sweetie, I love them. It's so dramatic. I love playing along to them.
I love it too. But, she looks over at the cakes and says, I really want to encourage everybody to take some of those with them. Just fill your pockets, squirrel them away somewhere, and as soon as you do, you might need them someday. Well, what do I know? I mean,
Yoink!
I'd say,
Say no more, man.
I'd
Kinwell
say
will grab one and put it in her satchel.
Hey, you gotta
Malik will-
compete now.
Malik will very carefully wrap two up in the handkerchief he has.
So, full disclosure, you guys currently have a travel of, it should be around 6 days ahead of you. That was, again, that was part of the information that was paraphrased to you. So, I would say you guys have, I would say, between the lot of you, I'd say there'd be enough leftovers for 2 days worth of leftovers each. Does that seem fair?
Cool.
Okay. And the leftovers should keep for whenever you really need them.
They're Twinkies. They last forever.
That is true. That is true. Make a note. So you have 2 special snacks from Kolrathasia. Okay. So, I believe we will now head over to the Waterdeep docks, where, and farewell to the Skyreachers for the future. Does that seem fair?
That does seem fair, but as they're way out, they do overhear Cully say, "Rascal."
Yes, Cully.
Rascal. And then that's the
That's all
And
you needed to
see.
hear.
Yeah. And yeah. I would also say, Mom, no, and you know, just hear doors being closed. We're closed. Out.
Oh, Capless, we gotta go see a show.
This is where everyone in Trollscott Alley starts pulling out their earplugs. There'll be dragons roaring tonight.
Oh,
He
cannon.
hasn't had that much adventure excitement in a long time.
Oh. So, we find ourselves at the port of Waterdeep, and
On the way down to the port, Bucket is just gonna head to a stall and drop 50 gold on a few kits, if that's okay.
okay. Please make a note of what they are. What exactly is it you're picking up?
Smith's tools and tinkerer's tools.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Oh yes, I have gold now, so I should pick up things of it.
Yeah, you all do have 100 gold pieces.
Let me just check how much some thieves tools cost. 25 gold, so simple
Okay.
enough, Dennis. 1 potion of healing, which is 50 gold, and some
I'll
thieves
take-
tools, which is 25. So
I'll take potion healing as well.
Okay, and just deduct that from your current total. And if before we carry on, is there anything else that anybody wishes to add to their character inventory?
Do I need to buy ammunition?
If someone can just double check, I would say you should already
Yes.
have some. You should have some, but
My inventory is empty. I don't have anything except for the guns and the weapons section.
that
well,
is.
let's just say, like, you probably start with 20, 'cause
Yes.
that's the norm, but you could probably buy some more if you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to hear
I'd
what's
like-
absolutely hilarious? Because of my background, I started with alchemist supplies and jeweler's tools as
Nice.
well.
Swiss Army knife.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I want Bucket to be.
But yeah, Bloody, you get 20 for free, and if you just in the chat, if you just type out what items you want, how much more ammunition you need, if someone can just do the math for them, and they will tell you how much gold to deduct. Seem good?
Just adding my shit to my inventory,
Okay. So,
and then I'll help people with math.
no problem. Alright then. So, you head down to the docks and you see this small, fairly seedy looking ship. At first you're like, this cannot be the right place. But then you hear this cry out from the rigging. Hey, hello there! Hi, nice to see you all! You're the clients, right? And this gnomish woman in a really ridiculously large ornate hat start zipping down the rigging towards you all. Let me just see if I can bring out a character token to the screen, because we're not using Foundry and I keep forgetting how handouts work. This... Yes?
Sorry, when I get the ammunition, how do I input it into my inventory?
Basically, if you just let me add that for you. It's all good. Where is your character sheet now? That is. Bear with me a moment. Bookkeeping, the most exciting part of D&D.
D&D, D&D Beyond.
Sorry,
So,
I don't know how to...
Bookkeeping and digging
Yeah.
through books. I'm
not
trying
an
to find
issue.
where the ammo stuff is.
So,
Decrypting and deciphering.
so it is. So we've got. You've added one Cully Twinkies. So underneath that, we're going to add ammunition. Now
Okay,
you
so like a coin
started.
converter.
You started with 20 for free. How much more have you bought?
I don't know if there's a difference, but I'd like 20 rifle shells and 20 pistol bullets, or if they're the same, then 40 of everything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically just going to be 40 because the DMG does not make a distinction between those types of bullets. They're
Okay.
just classed as Renaissance bullets, which are
Yeah.
3 SP a piece.
All right.
So that's 3 times
Also-
40, basically. And then I've got to convert that into gold.
Also, so long as you have Tinker's tools, you can craft ammunition.
I do not have one of those kits.
Okay, so that's 120 silver. So 12 gold pieces.
All right.
I
One
would
th-
recommend getting Tinker's tools then.
Okay, I would also like to buy some Tinker's tools if I may, if I can.
Actually, as a gunslinger, you should already have them.
I have nothing in my inventory.
Um,
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
that might be on me. That might be on me because we made something in D&D Beyond, but then I rebuilt it in Roll20. I might not have used the inventory there, so that is
No
on me.
worries. No worries, just it.
For the
I
facility.
remember when I made Skullface, he got Tinker's tools with
Okay.
the efficiency.
Not an issue. To make things easier for you as well, Bloody, if you look on the right-hand side of your character sheet, where it's got the class resource and everything, I've added ammunition there because then you can go up and down. So every time you use it, you're basically just ticking it off. You're not having to manually type in, 39, 38, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I was looking for that. Sorry, I couldn't figure it out before.
Not an issue.
Yeah.
So, for the time being, is everybody good?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I need.
So, this, young dwarf, well, I wouldn't say young, she looks to be in her mid to late 30s, gnomish woman, basically slides down the rigging and says hello to you. Name's Automate, Swift and Dark. That's me. So, yeah, I hear, you guys are looking to get yourself down south, check out some adventure, excitement, ride some dinosaurs, get some gold, that kind of thing, eh?
That's the general idea, yeah.
Well, you're in luck. This is my beautiful baby. This here is the Brazen Pegasus, the fastest ship in these docks. I'll have you know. You hear a couple of people as walking past go, yeah, fine. This thing looks like a piece of shit. She may not look like much, trust me, but she's got it where she counts. Speed.
Should make 0.5 past light speed.
Made the Sarkos run in 2 par 6. I don't know.
The Kestrel run.
The Kestrel run, yes, there we go. But anyway, come on and let me introduce you all to the crew. And And let me get us over to... Oh, bear with me a moment. We're having technical difficulties. Why has... And we are going to bring ourselves over. I hope this is the right layer. And we find ourselves, I think we have everybody who... Oh, wait, one second. Before we do that.
It's so rinky.
Yeah. You are not here. So, as the ship is pulling out from the dock, Undrill, your ship is leaving.
Wait!
I do believe we've left some behind.
Wait a minute, where am I?
Yeah, I don't have the artwork for I apologize. Give me 1 second. It's the same issue. Give me a... No, it is fine. Just give me a second. As you guys are... basically, as the ship's slowly starting to pull out, you hear this voice as you look back and running down the docks towards you, much in the same way as, you know, someone trying to catch a moving bus as it's leaving the station, is a half-orc. She seems to be dressed in, you know, fairly not terrible looking robes, but, you know, fairly run down, long, you know, white dyed, stringy hair, little bit of plate. But yeah, she is doing her best to try and catch up with you guys.
Hello, the ship! Hello, the departing ship!
No, not today, thank you. And Maya's just like looking to the crew, like, can we get some speed here? Can we get some speed now? Come on.
I booked passage!
No, you didn't. To be fair, you didn't actually. They would not.
That's right. Never mind.
They would not accept your money.
I'm coming. You're the last ship. Come on. The gods request it.
What is the party going to do? Are you going to try and help this person on board, or are you just going to leave them? Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask, which end of the ship is she closest
to? She's closest to the back end of the ship. I'm actually going to try and put her back on the right there in a minute. I'm just everything is kind of fighting with me here. I'm
gonna stand on the back of the ship, and I'd like to try to use my whip to grapple her and pull her towards us.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a. Oh, excuse me, Mum. Give me a. Why? No. Okay. There we go. Let me just delete that because that was annoying.
I just click on my whip.
Yes, please. So yeah, basically, just give me a whip with advantage because I'm assuming Undrill is trying to help you. Yes.
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 I don't know how to do the advantage thing.
That's okay. You can just roll twice then. But 17 is pretty good. You should be okay with 17.
Oh, nice.
Better.
Yeah. Describe how you pull this half-orc lady aboard your ship.
I want to imagine I'm just standing on the back of the ship. I, do the whipping motion towards her. It wraps around her nice and tightly and just plucks her off the dock and towards us. And maybe she doesn't quite make it to the ship. Maybe just to the edge, so she kind of gets her feet wet, but she can climb up and get on board.
Looks across at the group.
Boat.
Thanks for having me.
Now I have a question. Did
What a
she
way
take
for a priest to
damage from my
travel.
whip?
Because it wasn't a attack, the answer is no. You were basically trying to help her, you know.
Okay.
Well, the gods shine on me another day. Greetings, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
Well, I'm on board. Much appreciated to you, and a special thank you to our good captain. But most sincere thanks to you, good lady.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I should probably introduce myself. Priest of the, is it Priest of the Gauntlet? Is that what it is?
You're a member of the Order of the Gauntlet.
Yes, Order of
Yes.
the Gauntlet. Priest Order of the Gauntlet. My name is Undril Silvertusk. Happy to be on board. I promise I'll pull my weight and help out with anything you need. As priests do.
Lovely. Well, that's 50 gold. Oh, who am I kidding? No, it's a 5 gold travel. We don't, we're not a ferry service for free, you know. Cam Nortmeyer's just like glaring at you. It's like you basically spent an hour asking around if there was anyone heading to Chult, and she was like, nope, sorry, not Chult.
Nobody's going to Chult. Never even heard of Chult.
And by the way, you are a priest of Torm, the god Torm.
Torm, okay.
Is it only 5 GP that they want?
Yeah, 5 gold pieces.
I will
right.
pay it.
Oh, no, you've done enough. Besides, I want to know that that our captain took gold from a holy woman on pilgrimage so that she can make sure that the funds go to a blessed cause, and then hands it over herself.
Ortmeyer just goes back to setting things up with the crew. Alright then, we got ourselves a long voyage. Make yourselves comfortable. There's plenty of room down in the hold if you want to sleep or anything. We've got a good 5 to 6 days travel, so hope you all get nice and comfy. I've got my room towards the back. If you would kindly not go in there, because a lady's got to have her own private spot. The rest of you can go wherever you like, do wherever you like. The bathroom is, she gestures to the wide open sea, wherever you like, as long as it's not in the middle of, the deck.
An intimate ship for a 5-day voyage, wouldn't you say, everyone?
Okay, plonks over and just Slavic squats next to the mast and just stays there motionless unless Obama goes to talk to him.
Nice.
I've got to say, I'm right comfy on this here crate. I don't want to move from this spot.
Okay.
He's just kind of dangling his legs over the edge of the crate. He's like, hee, I'm content.
Being at sea is something Kinrel is not used to. So she's gonna go below deck and try not to get sick.
Okay, let me just move you below deck. Give me a moment, because I actually can do that.
I actually have a question for you about that.
Yes.
Something I was going to ask.
Yes.
Does my priestly self have a way to help people be the equivalent of ginger candy at sea? Like anything that would make them feel calm? Like a spell?
Do you have lesser restoration?
Yeah, I would assume so. I don't know.
What you need to do, D, is if you shift double click for your character token, it's just lagging up a little bit for me because I have many things open at the moment. But if you shift double click your character token and then you go over to character sheet, you'll see all the spells that you have.
See it.
Because you are indeed a priest of Torm.
Okay.
Malik is going to take out his lyre.
I do indeed have that, and she is going to cast that.
Yeah, Malik takes out his lyre and he starts just strumming and singing a little sea shanty to himself.
Okay.
Char's gonna find a shady spot to sit and read.
Okay. Above or below deck?
Below deck, I think.
Okay, so Shah
Nice button.
and Kinrel, were going below deck, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put you guys over there, and I'm also going to duplicate Specky. Give me a moment, please, my friends. There's like some other crew members down there. Let's see. Copy that.
Because she would ask, or I don't want to make a whole scene of it, but she would ask if the gunslinger was well, and the gunslinger I would assume would look queasy, so she could cast that on her. Would that work? I don't want to make it a whole thing.
I assume you cast the spell and Kinrel is fine. I was just about to say, she looks back over her shoulder, nods, and says thank you, and just keeps going back. She wants to go.
Yeah.
Wants to go below deck.
Well, that's totally cool. I just wanted to,
Yeah.
So, cool. And she says, "Oh, what a day, everyone, am I right? But here we are together, and I'm sure we'll be excellent company for each other."
So, is there anything else anyone wishes to do on the first day?
Yes, actually, because there's something I'm curious about.
Yes.
So Azarus is just sitting on his crate, quite content. He just cannot help but ask. So, Captain, is there any particular reason why you are eager to shake off a member of the cloth?
Are you doing this while Unjul is right there?
No.
Okay. I would say that she's going to wait until, if you're having this conversation privately, she's just like, look, nothing personal. I don't really like A, I don't like religious types, and B, Order of the Gauntlet specifically. A whole bunch of them went through a while ago. Apparently that one they left behind. And if those assholes left her behind, I'm not interested in taking her anywhere. Besides, I've already been paid in advance by our, mutual friend, and his business comes first, in my opinion.
Oh, I get you. She's unforeseen complication.
Exactly.
I'm sure she won't make too much of a mess. I'll keep an eye on her.
A persuasion check.
You? 15.
Alright, little one. Alright, I see you. Appreciate you.
Just gives like a curt little nod and just goes back to enjoying the sea air for a little while.
Okay. So, I would actually say, it's fine now, but I'm just rereading some of the stuff, and it is supposed to be 10 gold pieces a day. But we've already paid that ship literally has sailed. So, moving on. You guys get to know a little bit of the crew. People are just basically working around the ship. They're trying to, keep busy working on making sure everything is running. Orlime is spending half the time on the rigging, the other half, on the ship steering. The rest of the crew seem fairly reasonable people. This gentleman over here is her first mate. She introduces him as Grig. He doesn't say anything, ever. He's just like constantly looking at you all, the occasional grunt, but that's it. The day passes, and let me bring up the correct map here. Because we are currently here. We have left the beautiful, beautiful city of Waterdeep, and we are now finding ourselves heading down the Sword Coast towards the mysterious land of Chult. Now, as we find ourselves on the ocean, things are starting to get a little bit quiet for the night. I want every single one of our players to roll me a d20.
Okay. Bonk. Oh no.
My God, I have
It is
pork dice
in case you
tonight.
missed it in the chat. Bucket has essentially tied a lifeline to the mast and attached it to his back module because if he goes overboard, he's going down.
That's fair.
I mean, you have a
So-
few days to build a flotation device.
You know what? Sure, why not? Bucket will spend some time inventing a life vest.
Okay. Now,
Waterproofing
back
his
to our
teams.
roles. Risk.
Nothing stinks like a full bucket.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I heard my name in an ominous tone.
Yes, you did. So, as things start to wind down and we spend the first night on the boat, you hear the various crew on watch walking above as you sit and you rest inside the the cabin of the ship. There's something not quite right. You feel a little uncomfortable, but you hear the slight jangling of keys, and then popping a head around the wall, you see Ormaya look at you. Is everything all right, dearie? You seem a little bit unwell.
I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something queer right now.
Oh dear.
Got my scales on edge.
Oh dear, we can't have that. Well, I'm the captain. I'm here to take care of you all. Come here, dearie. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
I know. I was about to mention the Kappa was acting awfully ominous, but too late now.
14. 14's not bad. 14's not bad. You feel a compulsion to move towards her, but you're aware enough to hold back. And as you hold back, you feel a weird tickling down your neck, your scales. As you look down, you see ants crawling all over you. As you look up, there are ants trailing across Orme's face. This too wide, fixed grin as she lunges for you. Give me a grapple check, please.
I believe it's strength or dex
Strength.
save of your choice.
Yes, either one works.
Yeah, I'm not a strong boy, so I'll go for my dex.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Oh, come on, I'm slippery.
Nope.
You... I want to... That's really, really good. Yeah, you run, actually. You actually slip behind her, and you run, and you head out of the cabin. You try to get on the deck, but there's just the cabin again. And Orme there, chuckling to herself. You look around, and there's just... no... This does not make sense. This is not how space works. There is only the cabin and the creaking sound as Orme walks towards you. Now, dearie, don't make this difficult. And she leaps at you,
Okay.
teeth sharp, as she tries to take a bite out of your shoulder.
Ah, no. Want to retaliate? Damn it! The short swords come out.
Okay, yeah, roll me an attack.
Nat 20.
Holy shit, that's really good.
Nice.
Okay,
Wreck it, risk.
yeah. As you strike with as you basically, slash through her with a sword, it's like the form ripples, the skin turns purple. Where were eyes, there are coins. Her flesh looks withered and ancient. Teeth covered in your blood. Oh, got some fight in you, dearie. Good to see. And you feel these hands around your neck beginning to choke you. I like it when they fight back. And I'd say I'm going to need a wisdom save from you.
Boy, Harry. Oh no! The good rolls have dried up.
You try to go for your sword again and it's not there. You don't have any weapons. There's nothing you can do as this figure squats on your chest as it forces you down. Its mouth filled with your blood cackling as it starts to try and choke the life out of you. And you wake. This horrific dream. You find yourself in the cabin where everybody else is sleeping soundly. What do you do?
Just to clarify, Malik is sleeping on deck.
Okay, so Malik is sleeping upstairs, but yeah.
So yeah, in case you couldn't tell, he woke up screaming and just scrambled back against the wall.
Okay.
Kind of hugging into himself.
Okay. Who else? So who would be sleeping near to Risk?
I would assume that Ulnan would.
Okay, Undril.
Undril.
Yeah,
I said Ulnan. Sorry, Undril.
It's all good. And by the way, you're doing great. Undril, as you look around and try and figure out what's wrong with the screaming kobold, you notice he's holding on the side of his neck. Seems to be a dark red patch.
Oh no!
He's bleeding.
Oh yikes! Oh, I can't click on my character sheet, so.
Okay, what is it that you wanted to do?
I wanted to see if I had a way to immediately do anything to heal.
I would
where
say
he's holding
you
on
can
to his neck,
absolutely.
because I'm a healer.
Yes, you can absolutely cast Cure Wounds. That is not going to be an issue.
Please.
Yeah.
Oh, you hurt yourself. Let me take care of it. Come here. Oh dear, I've seen this happen before.
Have you?
It's a cabin, but it weren't a cabin. The cabin was covered in ants and it's trying to eat me. And
I would just say, I would say, because of all the noise, you got all my. What the heck are you got? What did you do? She says as she's walking out, she's like, wiping the side of her mouth and her eyes and everything, really bleary. What is going on? I'm trying to sleep here.
Did I understand what Risk said?
You heard what he said. Whether you understand it is entirely up to you.
But I just mean that I heard that the captain tried to eat me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then
she's covered in ants.
The captain was covered in ants and she tried to eat me, right? Was what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so she says, we've had a bit of a bad dream here. I'm doing some healing. The dream featured you. Best to stay outside, Captain, for the time being. You don't want to traumatize.
I mean, you're a nice-looking lad and all, but I'm not really into the scales.
Oh wait, please. I'm a healer. I'm in charge of the situation. This is my dominion. And she goes over and goes tries to heal Risk and says, "Now hold still."
Okay,
my good lad. Let's try to get you back up into a calmer state. Come along, then.
Yes, Sephi, you first.
At this point, Malik's come in. One hand has got his dagger drawn, in the base hand grip. The other seems to have water swirling around it. What's wrong?
I believe he asked what was wrong.
The dream of the captain wasn't the captain. There was ants and smoke, and she went for me. She bit me, and
through the very thin door, because again, this is a very close quarters area that you're all sleeping. It's like, not my type. As she grumpily tries to get back to sleep, as far as you know.
Malik is just going to very slowly sheathe the dagger and just watches the water kind of dissipates from around his hand.
Yo.
The boy's a fucking mess. He's shaking and quivering, and he's practically clinging on to.
Because
Undril is hugging him.
Because you were wise enough to take some of Cully's special food, I am going to say that you are going to make this Constitution saving throw with advantage.
And he even took a double helping.
I'm afraid
He ate
just
twice.
advantage.
Oh, funny.
As you feel Undrill's hand move over the wound and try to heal you, it's almost like you feel something fighting back, and there's this cold, sick shudder. As you know, you feel like a weird temperature change, like almost like the beginnings of a fever, but it is just burned away by Undrill's healing hand.
Ooh, you're a tough one, aren't you? She says of the wound.
Yeah, Undrill, those are teeth marks.
You were... No, this'll make it better. Do you have any friends? Do you have any family? Do you have good memories? She's asking these questions. To Risk.
Yeah. There's Mr. Rascal and Mrs. Cully and all my Kobold friends at the Kobold Collective. Well, they're my family, really.
I want you to think about all of them together with you right now in spirit. Close your eyes and think about them.
I'll do that, thank you.
Think about them all embracing you warmly, like you've returned from a long journey. And she is healing him as she does this.
Okay.
I want you to breathe in, and I want you to breathe out. And every time you breathe out, I want you to let the fear inside of you float away.
He does
breathe it
just
out.
that.
Blow it out.
Mm-hmm.
Blow it out. Will you do it with me? And she's trying to calm him down.
He follows along, shakily at first, but slowly but surely, I'd say, especially with the thoughts of his Kobold brethren backing him up, he does eventually calm down.
I would say, because I'm not that much of a monster, I would say that Risk doesn't see this as he drifts off, but Undril will notice one or two ants crawling across the beams of the wood as he drifts off.
She's going to grab them and squinch them in her hand, and she is going to dump them overboard.
Okay.
They are not sticking around.
Okay.
She's going to grab them, and she's going to be like, you just see her hand go, bam, and then she squeezes her fingers together, and then she says, someone watch over him. And then she goes and up the steps. Then she comes back down when she's done.
Who wants to keep watch?
I would say that Malik does it, since he's on deck anyway.
Okay. Give me
We'll
a...
sit with them.
Okay. Both of you give me perception checks, please.
Isn't Bucket tethered to the mast anyway?
Yeah.
It's just like a
Not
security
anymore,
camera.
now that he has the flotation device.
Yeah.
Can't see
And-
shit anyway.
Yeah.
I want to make sure of something. I want to make sure it's not going to mess up the game. I'm sending the GM a message.
Not a problem, not a problem.
First session capture's already traumatized. Good job, Dennis.
I've only just begun.
Would that be amenable to your plans?
Okay. You're more than welcome to try that. You're more than welcome to give that a shot. When do you wish to attempt this?
She's first going to confer with the others downstairs and tell them what she saw, what he said, the bite marks. She's going to tell the others. And she's also checking to see, because she doesn't know these people, she's checking to see how any of them react to this, just one of them is evident guilt, because she's just throwing it out there in full disclosure.
With
She's-
this happening, Kinrail's gonna be very upset at being woken up.
Yeah, she's going to make sure she's awake, though. She's going to be like, this concerns all the crew. She says, there may be something afoot with our captain. And she's going to explain it.
Now, when you say the crew, are you talking about the actual crew that are paid to work
No.
with her as well?
No, the party crew, the crew of travelers, the
Mhm.
assembled people, our crew, not their crew.
You might find it difficult to find a point where you can get away from them because it's a small
I thought
ship.
they were all asleep, were in their own
Well,
place.
no, there are they are being paid to keep watch as well.
Oh, then she would look around and she would say it out loud. She would announce it because, yeah, best to get that shit out of the way. Gauntlets punch things.
Okay, yes they do. I would say at this point you notice Grig, the very tall, silent first mate, is now paying attention, gives you a bit of a raised eyebrow. Something you want to say?
She nods and says, seems like our little friend thinks that the captain tried to eat him.
He had a bad dream.
How many bad dreams do you know leave bite marks?
He looks forward. He looks to the rest of you. Any one of you lot could have done that. I've been sailing with her for 10 years. If you've got something to say about her, you say it to me.
I am. You haven't seen the things I've seen.
You ain't seen the things I've seen.
Fair enough. She says, I'm not trying to play games with you. I'm a priest. I have to point out what I see. Something supernatural is happening. Whether that's your captain and you've known her for 10 years doesn't matter to me. I have someone who's hurt. I'm a priest. I have to do what I can. You work your ship. If something's wrong with your ship, do you let it go? Or do you try to figure it out and fix it?
All I know is that we agreed to take you on as a favor to a friend of the captain's. And day one, we get in a lot of drama.
Yes, indeed, we are.
Like, it's going to try and rack his brain for what this could possibly have been.
Give me...
Does she have any... Did the ants through her? Did the ants give her, as a priest, anything like, this is possession? You know, that kind of stuff?
I would say both of you give me a... Let's call this Arcana.
I can't roll because
I know, but roll me just a basic D20 for you, D. Again, I'm sorry, we don't have a real sheet
it's
for
okay.
you. Yeah.
I was able to pull up when I had the things. So.
Unfortunately, I would say this is outside the area of your expertise. You've not really come across anything like this before.
Yeah. And she flat out says to what's the gentleman she was talking to before, she says, I'm not trying to cause drama or make enemies. She says, after all, if that's not your captain, I'm sure you want to know what happened to your captain.
That is my captain. And he
may have a bigger problem than you think.
Opens Captain Automate's door and closes it back up again. The two of them are actually together.
Then, if that's the case, she looks at the others and says, all right, I've had enough of this. And then she goes over and starts knocking on the door like this.
0.2 seconds pass before the door opens and the great wall that is Grig is back there with a rather irritated looking automate. Right, okay, this is why I don't like priests. No, I don't want to convert. No, I don't give a fuck. Would you please let me sleep? I'm sorry we tried to pull away, but frankly, I really don't regret it.
Forgiven, forgotten. And she says, this is about something else. One of your paid clientele has been attacked.
She actually does look over to, and she now sees that, well, here's the thing. The wound has gone at this point because of the healing.
Yes, she healed it. I know.
I would say for the sake of brevity and everything, you bring.
Does blood magically vanish, Dennis?
That is true. Well,
Yes.
prestidigitation, but that nobody casts
Yeah,
that.
she didn't do that.
Exactly.
Right. I'll be honest. That is kind of freaky. I don't know any of you. I'm doing this as a favor, and for all I know, one of you lot did it, or the wee lad did it to himself. I don't
She says
know.
I considered that, but she says, and the other concern you have is, and she tells about how he thought there were ants in his dream, there were ants in real life, and the fact that the wound was a bite wound. She says, I'm sure you've never heard of anything haunting a ship or causing problems to travelers at sea before. I'm sure none of your crew are superstitious and would like to hear what a priest has to say about all the different possibilities.
I mean, I'd like you to keep that down, but let's be honest, everyone can hear you now, and it's
Yeah,
the
she
entire
nods.
crew. The entire crew
nods
are kind of
and
like
gives a little
pretending not to listen, but yeah.
Yeah, and
Also,
Mal-
yes, Sephi?
Malik is just kind of massaging the bridge of his nose and he's muttering something under his breath.
I would say, let me just bring it up real fast. I would say it's round about this point that I would say you're feeling a weird tickling on your leg.
Malik or
Malik?
Malik is going to look down and yeah, he's going to basically pull up his trouser leg to see.
You see about one ant crawling up your leg. A little bit of a pain as you feel this sharp sting. Give me a Constitution saving throw, please. In fact, I would say at this point, can everybody give me a Constitution saving throw?
Even the sleepy boy.
Well, I was going to be kind and let him sleep, but the situation has escalated somewhat.
Yes.
How do I do a saving throw?
Yeah, what you do is on the character sheet, on the the main numbers where it says Constitution, I believe you hit the text where it says Constitution. Is that correct, guys?
No, there's actually a little box beside it that says saving throw. So
Ah!
I can answer my own question.
Yeah,
That's
here.
the
There we
one
go.
you want.
That's the one. Yeah, I gotcha. I always forget the difference between the checks and the saving throws because technically they're different modifiers. So, anybody who did not get 11, make a note that you feel... Oh, and anybody, I would say Bucket, you would have advantage. And again, everybody who took Cully's treats, you get advantage on this because still technically we're part of the Heroes Feast.
I just want to gloat right now. I did not eat anything and I got a 19.
Yes.
Yes. But yeah, anybody... Oh, that's a point. Yeah, Risk wouldn't have needed to make a save because he's immune to poison. But yeah.
Yeah, I held.
But yeah, those...
Am I?
You took part in a Heroes Feast.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. I forgot that's an effect from Heroes Feast.
Yeah.
You ate all the
Oh,
bugs, and when the
so
bugs tried to bite you, they
yeah,
were
I'd
like,
have it.
ew, he eats bugs. We're
I'd have it.
yucky.
As well since I took part in it.
So, those who failed, you don't notice anything for now, but I want you to make a note that you failed, and we will see how things go through the next few days.
You may or may not have caught a disease.
Maybe.
It is super effective.
Yes. Well, we find ourselves back on the ocean for the next day as the party slightly sore and, a little uncomfortable from, the day's travel so far. The tension in the air is fairly palpable, I would assume. Is there? You would notice as well that there's a slight drawing of boundaries between, a slight distancing, but very slight given how cramped the area is, between both you and the paid crewman of Captain Ortmay's ship.
Already begun. It's us versus them.
So, is there anything that, and also I would say at this point, everybody has noticed the ants. They are everywhere, and you see some of the crew starting to scratch themselves, getting really irritated, trying to get rid of stuff. The only person who doesn't seem affected by the ants is Captain Ortmay.
Yeah, that helps.
And she's like, yeah, I've got some of the, I'd share, honestly, but it's kind of like the only supply I've got. She holds up this little tube, and she explains that it's insect repellent. All right, look, you're all looking at me like a bunch of assholes.
I'd offer to help, but you don't like priests, and you have to believe for it to work.
Well, there you go then. So no point for me, thank you. But here you go, and she'll actually hand the tube to Risk. There are 5 doses of insect repellent.
In air quotes.
Yes, in air quotes. And also, I would say by this point, you are getting very close to the end of your period of grace from the Heroes Feast that Kolrath made for you. So,
the question is, how
They could always eat their supplies that they have.
Bucket try and determine the source of the ants.
Give me a nature check.
Sure.
You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
Bucket
Okay,
is
so
busy just going to set a few seeds on the ground and then follow the ant specks to where they take the seeds to the nest.
Yeah.
That is clever. First of all, Sephi, what were you trying to say, sorry?
I was just going to say, Malik was making a point that how did the ants get on board in the first place? There has to be a nest somewhere on board.
Yeah. 1 or 2 of the crew actually try and help you out with that. But yeah, no, with a 19, that is a very good roll. You break off a little bit, a couple of crumbs, and you try and watch them. And I would say with the 19, you also notice that these ants, these aren't your traditional sort of, like water Davian type. These are big. They are juicy stingers. They seem tropical in nature. As you follow them through, they seem to weave around the various of the boards and what little space there is on the boat and head down and head. At first, it looks like they're heading towards the cargo bay before they take a turn and head inside the cabin of Captain Ortmay.
Of course.
Wait, whoa, what are you lot doing?
The ants appear to be nesting in your cabin.
Oh, fuck that. No, thank you. And she basically storms in and has a look around. Give me an investigation check.
Bucket is... I'm just going to assume that Bucket has just basically been crouch walking all around the ship after these ants.
Yeah, it's like clunk, clunk, clunk.
And is now continuing to follow his little ants.
Nice.
I would say you notice them all. I would say you notice a small line. Actually, everyone would, but you first would notice a small line that are trailing underneath Ortmay's bed. She sees that. She's like, right, okay, look, don't think there's any food in there. That's just my personal belongings, for my personal. For my personal self, nothing really to worry about there. You just let a lady take care of her stuff, and I will let you know if I find anything. Okay?
Is Undrill there with all this?
If she
Or
wishes
is
to
she
be.
away? She was going to be trying to follow along as they were all following the ants, and she says, "Oh, don't worry, Captain. It's nothing I haven't seen before." And she says, "Priestly business," and then gets down.
I would
look.
say Griggs is the wall that is Griggs has supposed himself between you all and the captain's bed.
And at that point, she looks back at the
Casting
others and
detect
says,
magic.
"Yes."
Detect magic, that's a very good thing. Okay, let me see. Bring up the information of what Automay has to offer. Okay.
And while that's happening, she says to Greg, she says, "You really want to tussle with me, don't you?"
I actually kind of do, but, maybe not right now. Too many breakables. Gives you a big smile. You're not too sure if that's threatening or if it's like, yeah, I could go for a fight.
She looks at his, knees, his midsection, and then up at his neck, and then up at him and says, "Breakable, yeah."
Okay, here we go. Anything magical?
Order of the Gauntlet.
Yes! Actually, you do detect a slight magical aura emanating from a space underneath the bed. Also, have we lost Sephi?
We have, yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Hopefully he'll be back soon.
Yeah.
There is a magical presence under the bed.
Well, I mean, usually there's one on top of it as well. But no, that's my
Bucket
property.
turns and looks at the captains, and you see the little wipers he has just kind of blink down and blink up. Just
May, leans down and pulls out a small chest. It seems lead-lined, a little bit rough. She actually brushes off a couple of ads. Oh, disgusting. But she basically places it on the bed and she turns her back to you. Would you mind? And she reaches into her pocket and she pulls out a key. Also, welcome back, Sephi.
Yay, Sephi! And then she
are the
Aldrin
ants
steps
still
back
heading
too with her
towards the
hands up.
chest, or are they still going underneath?
The ants have dispersed.
Mm-hmm. As I suspected they would, yes.
Definitely something to do with this chest then.
Mm-hmm.
What presence? What school of magic is this?
You're asking someone who understands how D&D schools of magic work. I have no fucking idea. The DM has no fucking idea. However, as the chest is opened up, she basically pulls out a pair of gloves. I assume this is what you're smelling. And the only magical item in there do seem to be a pair of gloves.
Bucket is going to hold out his hand for them.
The gloves of gardening.
Yeah, gardening. This is my personal property, and are you able to detect, identify what this is?
Yes.
Okay. Again, she hands it over. Well, I would say she keeps one hand on it. She does not take her hands off it. And Grig is just sort of there, glaring daggers at you. Again, you are a large metal construct, and this is a human being. And he still gives the impression that he could take you without breaking a sweat. At least he thinks he can.
Okay.
You
This
two
may
really
take
are a marvel
few
of at-sea
moments.
survival.
And I'm going to ritual cast Identify.
Okay. After a little bit, you discover in your hands a pair of gloves of thievery. If you want to Google those.
While they're Googling that, Devillo, let me just say, I was so anticipating that you were going to just say that they were gloves of ants. Literally all they do. She hasn't been able to identify them yet, and all they do is summon ants.
No, that would be too easy. No.
You need sacred honey and a picnic basket to make it.
Captain, if I may ask.
Acknowledged. These are personal items. Bolt doesn't, or Bucket does not explain what these are, and will just hand it back. And is then going to basically look into the chest to try and find the source of the ants.
Okay.
Source is not identified. Resuming
Okay.
search.
Is Rick with us?
Captain, if I may ask.
Yes.
There isn't a deck below us like a bilge or something like that?
No, this is a very tiny boat. There is literally the 2 levels. There's the top deck and there's the hold where everything is kept. The hold is basically separated into 3 chunks. You are at the very backmost part of the ship, which is her cabin. Then you have a... You okay, lady? No, she just didn't mute in time. She just didn't mute in time.
Well, that's why I said, is there a way to access the bilge beneath the...
Not really. I mean, the Pegasus is built for speed, not for, extra... This is the only extra storage I have, for special items. Part of my main trade.
Bucket is going to resume his investigation. He's really invested into where these ants are coming from now.
Okay. You look around and you see a silver dagger, some chainmail armor, the gloves, and you see 4 potions. They basically seem to be like various shades of red. And you're using your identify. That is that's based on each individual object. That's not like a radius or anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. They appear to be... I don't know if potions really count as magical items.
They are.
They do.
Okay. In that case, yes. You would also get like slight glows from those 4.
Also to give you a little hint, those would be an enchantment or abjuration magic on those gloves.
Okay. Cool. So
Okay.
not conjuration. Yeah. You don't detect conjuration magic anywhere in the vicinity.
So the ants weren't magically summoned.
As far as you know.
Bucket is going to close the chest, set it on the floor, and then attempt to lift the bed if it's not bolted to the wall.
It is not. It actually swings on a hinge. A lot of the stuff in here is, it's basically, almost like flat pack. It's one of those things where the bed becomes a couch, that kind of thing. Very economic use of space.
The mystery. Bucket likes mysteries.
Yeah. You, again, it's kind of interesting as well as you guys are looking around. Every now and then you have the slight itch and, the slight sting of, old bites and everything, but there are no more ants under the bed.
Husband.
Tech magic has a
Yes.
30-foot radius too, by the way,
Yes, my love.
which encompasses most of the boat.
From where, I guess, well, I don't know where I am. I'm assuming that I've been falling behind everyone this whole time. Can I see into the captain's office and, see some of the stuff she has?
Yeah, and there's some pretty nice stuff there. I mean, the dagger looks, it's made out of silver, looks very nice, very sharp ornamental. The chainmail armor has a nice little, gleam to it as well. You don't know what those gloves are, but they look nice. And, 4 potions, that, a good potion of healing, that can make you a good bit of money, especially if you mix it with piss and ink.
I'll come back.
Said 7 that I'll put a notice jar eyeing things up.
With a 7, I don't know. Char, would you like to give me a basic stealth check for me?
Yeah.
May I also make a check to see if I notice?
Feel free.
This is what I mean by me saying I don't trust the D20.
I mean, all you notice is that a good chunk of the crew are starting to shiver a little bit. And by the way, all of those poor unfortunate souls who succumbed to the bites the other day, you feel a coldness over the next hour or so. And there's this weird cold chill as your vision begins to blur and the rocking of the waves begins to almost magnify as you are freezing, absolutely freezing, as your teeth begin to chatter. Undrill, now you are currently looking for risks, so we'll get to you later. But anybody who is seeing this affect a good chunk of the crew and some party members, give me a medicine check.
Thank you for the inspiration. Can we get inspiration because Speak wants us to have it?
No.
Did I witness this? I don't know if I'm supposed to do the
And here's the thing. Remember earlier when I said to make that save if you hadn't eaten anything from Collet?
Oh yeah, I got a 19, yeah.
Oh no, yeah, you were great. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. Was any of the players who caught that?
Someone got a 9. That's all I saw.
I
think it was Char.
As I said, this is exactly what I mean. I don't trust the T20.
Oh, okay. So yeah, unfortunately, Malik, you feel a coldness. The chattering of teeth doesn't feel good. Feels pretty bad.
Yes, I hate to interrupt.
Yes, go on.
But, I may have passed that previous roll automatically
You did.
to Hero's Feast, but I did take a great big chunk out of my neck in the dream world, so I don't know if I have to make a medicine roll because of that bite.
That was a separate roll. We actually did that, and you succeeded, luckily.
Okay.
That's why I said you lucky bastard.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I will say that Undrill is leaving behind giving up on the cabin with a harsh look toward the gentleman, and goes to find Risk and is saying to him, I'm going to bless you if you don't mind. It's an anti-annoyance blessing. Do you mind if I give you one? It is a lie, but she means it sincerely.
Well, I think Dennis was wanting to do something else.
Sorry.
It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. You can absolutely do that. That's all good.
Would you like that, Risk?
Would you say that? Sorry, what was your character's name again, D?
Aldrin.
Would you say that Aldrin knows kobolds well enough to know what their habits might be if they're scared?
I think that the way I'm playing her, if Devillo approves, is that she is well-traveled and knows monsters and fighting and battles, and that would include a lot of stuff with kobolds, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, that's valid. She's a medical officer.
So, yes. Yeah, she knows about kobolds.
Then yeah, you do find him hiding in the most hidden and obscure corner of the ship that he can find, that's surrounded by things. Basically, he's trying to leave any opening so no one can sneak up on him.
Yep, I know. And then she says, I wanted to give you a blessing. Is that okay, Risk?
Considering the circumstances, I'd like that very much, thank you, because I know something took a chunk out of me.
I believe you. And we're getting to the bottom of it right now. The others are confronting the captain, and we could use your help. You seem like the kind of person that is in it for the good fight. Am I right?
Well, you're right about that, ma'am. I'm not in it for the gold. I have dreams and aspirations.
Then will you come and join the good fight with me? After I give you the blessing, of course.
I think I can do that.
I'll stand right by your side.
Thank you, ma'am.
You inspire me.
Oh, you're touching this little kobold's heart. He needed this.
She knows she's a priest. She's a youth pastor. She knows what she's doing.
You just see his little face brighten up.
Mm-hmm.
You put a
And
bit of
she-
spring back into his step.
She's what was that? Torn? That's the.
Yeah.
And she sincerely does this. Torn, leave this young gentleman untroubled by insects, by disease, by suffering. Let him go forth, shining as a beacon of virtue. And she just puts a hand on him and says that, and she's blessing him. Please just add the bless. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like it's a magical bless. Go ahead. And
I will say this. You do see there's a slight, almost like a wind that picks up, and her hand in the holy symbol glows as she puts her hand on you.
thank you, Torn.
So,
Thank you.
Now
Right.
let's stick with it. We should stick together. It's the best way for us to not have anything unexplainable happen. If we all see it, we all know what happened. Come on,
Why, I'd
Risk.
like that very much.
Come on, Risk. Let's go.
And he'll follow.
okay. So, for the rest of the day, unless anyone else has anything they wish to do, aside.
It's just gonna play with some of the ants. Just basically put them in a vial and watching them observe them for a while.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
you can
have
just
a
write me
jar
off as-
of. You have a vial of ants.
You can write me off as just sticking with Risk, and if Risk gets in trouble, she's going to be watching closely and intervene.
Yeah, Kinral's gonna be below deck. She does not like the sea. She doesn't want to be here.
And yet here you are. So that was the end of the second day of travel.
Actually, Dennis, I do have one question.
Yes.
Risk would like to try and identify if this insect repellent is legit. I don't know if that would be a survival check or a nature check.
Yeah. I would say survival makes sense.
Good. That is
Yeah.
my superior stat. 24.
It seems genuine. You basically you take a very tiny bit of it and you rub it between your little claws and you sort of wave it in the general direction of the ants and you see them move away.
I think I'm actually going to use this. It doesn't seem to be a horrible poison. And he'll take a dose of that for the night.
Okay. Are you giving a dose to anybody else or are you hoarding it all for yourself? You only have 4 remaining uses.
Yeah, and we have several days at sea. I would say he will offer it to what? Sorry, Dee. What was her name again?
Undrill.
Undrill. I will try to remember. I am trying.
It's
He will
so good.
offer a dose to Undrill.
She shakes her head, knowing that it's a limited supply, and she says, I'm the Order of the Gauntlet. We swat insects.
All right, if you're sure, it's just you're looking out for me, so I want to look out for you.
She says, no worries.
I mean, that's the Cobble way, ma'am.
I know kobolds work together.
They really do. All right, and I'd say that's that for the day for us.
And you can't spell kobold without bold, my friend.
Okay.
Mr. Skyreach says the same thing. You know he's cheesy enough to do that.
Yes, he is. I can't say kobold without bold.
So, at the end of the second night, I would like everybody who isn't Undrill or Risk to give me a d20 roll, please. Because why should they have all the fun?
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Okay. I think Malik. Are you on watch again?
He's basically against the mask again.
So
I'm
at
on
what
watch,
point?
but only for Risk.
At what point do you get some sleep?
Probably about 2-ish.
Okay. Before you basically, around about the time you're heading down, you feel a hand on your shoulder.
Oh, he's on deck.
You're sleeping on the desk. Oh, okay. And you look around and you see Captain Ortme there, and she's like looking a bit concerned. Right, okay. So you look like you're someone who's got some experience with the sea, right?
Well, my father was fine, yeah.
Right, alright. I've been doing this job for a while now, back and forth, and I've never seen anything like this. I mean, I've never seen like the ants and everything, but what I have seen is how quickly things can turn nasty on a small place like this, and I just want to know that you've got my back.
Of course.
I appreciate that, lad. You're a handsome fella, aren't you?
Oh,
Some people think so.
Give me a Constitution saving throw, please. Okay, 13. You feel there's again. It's like the rocking and flowing of the boat. You didn't notice it at first, but it's become very. It's like a weird, almost hypnotic rhythm, and you see Ortme almost swaying along with it. I confess, I've always had a weakness for a pretty young face like yours. And as she reaches out, again, how tall are you compared to her?
He's quite tall. He's just nudging 6 foot.
Okay, she is only a gnome, so she is fairly short. However, as she puts her hand on your leg, and it's almost like she starts crawling up, it's this weird sensation as she's putting one hand in front of another as she's crawling up you. You feel this weird pressure on your back, even though you're upright. Were you though, as you feel like almost like the gravity shift as you half awake. You awake and you look down as you see this large purple skinned gold coins for eyes, swarms of ants covering her, cackling creature crawling up you, teeth bared. What would you like to do?
I give a sense using weapons on you won't be any use right now.
So I assume you try to chat to this creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just going to take a big chunk out of you. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
He's going to try and grab onto her and hold her in place.
Okay, give me a grapple check. As
He's just so.
Mhm.
He's going to try and get up and carry her down into the cabin.
Okay. That is a nat 20, and you actually grab it, and this thing is real. You have it, and you grit your teeth through the pain as you feel the blood on your shoulder as she's just biting down, and you hear this insane cackling as she's basically gnashing against your ear, and you bodily lift her and you're dragging yourself down, and she's like, I'll see you again, handsome.
I'm married.
She is, and you are holding air. 1 minute you have her, and the next there is nothing. There's nothing in your hands, but you are staggering down the steps towards the rest of the crew as someone looks up and goes, what the hell is like the other crew are looking at you like, what the hell's going on, and they see the bite on your shoulder.
They got something on this ship that likes to take the captain for, and I'm pretty sure it's not this plane.
So Sephi, your Constitution save. You, as the adrenaline leaves you from like the initial grappling of this monstrosity, I need you to roll me a d4. I want you to take 1 point of Constitution damage. Reduce your Constitution by 1 point.
Okay.
and that will not return until I tell you otherwise.
At this point, he's going to describe the creature in detail.
Okay. You basically tell the group this elderly, purple-skinned creature, gold coins, a denomination you didn't quite recognize, but they were like gold coins for eyes, the ants everywhere, the jangling of keys, the clothing seemed custom, a little threadbare, leather, skin, you're not sure. I want everybody to give me a... What kind of check would this be?
A D20.
A D20. Why not?
Shooty, now I can't make use of my modifiers!
I don't think anyone in the party at this point in time, unless they were... I'd say maybe Kinrel because of her private education, but even then, this is not ringing any specific bells. Appearing and disappearing, nightmares. There's something there, but you don't know for certain.
Not even Undril? I'm not trying to question your wisdom, DM.
With a 16,
What about
no.
Malik?
Okay.
Malik, what did you get?
Malik's, he got 15, but his order is all about magic.
Yeah, there are many, 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 many magical things in the world.
Okay, wow.
Many. And trying to narrow this down is tricky.
Nightmares. There's amazing magical things going on. I can't even.
Well, I can tell you one thing for sure, Malik. You saw what I saw. So it's more than just a dream.
More than just a dream.
But it can't rightly be the captain herself. That's too obvious. Plus, her insect repellent worked.
I was able to grab it and hold it. So that proves it's physical, at least for a short time.
I'm very sorry, Seth, we didn't catch any of that.
That proves it's physical, at least for a short time.
Seems to turn into some sort of mist, don't it? So where's it hiding the rest of the time? I mean, we can't do much if it's just on the wind.
It could be phasing, it could be traveling between planes.
Sure. I've studied Ranger Law, but that's a bit beyond my wheelhouse at this point. I mean, that's more your area of expertise, right? Just turns to Undril. Like, can't you detect this sort of thing, or is that a paladin thing exclusively? I forget.
She shakes her head. I'm more on the fighting side, not the scholarly side, I'm afraid. But I'll do what I can to protect you all from whatever it is. And, Seth, you did say that you grabbed it, right? Seth? Sorry? Did Seth say that they grabbed it?
Yeah, Malik had physically... Yeah, he as Malik was sharing the story, he literally bodily picked this fucking thing up as it was chewing on him, and he's like, "You're coming with me, fucker!"
Yeah, but she says in ominous tones... Sorry,
we hear you now, yes?
She says, "But we've gotten some good news. If he can grab it, we can kill it."
Alright.
Kinrel is gonna kind of pull her pistol out of her belt and spin it around. You know that spin that gunfighters do without shooting themselves in the foot. She's gonna do that and say to the party, "If it attacks us again, get me and I will shoot it."
She says, "I have an idea about that for the next night."
Dennis, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Who is currently with us?
I
Who
would
is
say
here in this room?
I would say, aside from a couple of the crew members, you don't know where Orlame or Grig is. They're still sleeping heavily.
Ostensibly.
Perhaps.
And Aldrin does say, I have a plan for the next night.
Gonna
Let
be
it-
bait.
Let it come to me. Let it come to me. Let it find me. It went to you, and it went to you. I think I can make myself appealing to it.
Well, the only way we can, like, take ourselves off the menu is with the insect repellent. Ugh.
She says, I'm not interested in taking myself off the menu.
I know, I'm talking about
I'm
the rest of us.
And she nods and says, I'm interested in biting back. And she says, does anyone know a sleep spell?
Other DMs would probably know this better than I, but probably not at level 1.
Okay.
Definitely not at level 1.
No.
Okay.
Sleep is a level 1 spell, but it only lasts like a minute.
Okay, never mind then. Then she didn't say that. What she'd say instead is, maybe I should sleep tomorrow night and you should all watch over me from a distance.
Yeah, but my point is you can't guarantee that you'll be targeted unless no one else is viable.
She nods and says, that's where the repellent comes in.
Let's see.
Say again, Bloody?
I was gonna say, Kenril suggests maybe we could keep watch in pairs. That's her suggestion.
Oh wait, I forgot. Your constructs don't need to sleep, don't you? In the right bucket. Jonas.
Did we lose
Sorry,
Jonas?
I got distracted. What?
Risk is basically asking for confirmation that bucket doesn't actually require sleep.
I require some hours of stasis.
Yeah, but that ain't sleep, is it?
Technically, no.
Alright, so you don't really need insect repellent, which leaves enough for the rest of us, so... Yeah,
Nope.
looks like you...
Cap's metal skin.
Yeah, that metal skin has been very, very useful. You've not had to worry about any of this stuff so far. So far.
yeah,
So the-
Angel.
More than a few occasions you've probably spotted Bucket play with the ants across his fingers.
So yeah, Angel, if you're committed to this plan,
And she
seems
nods.
we're able to undertake it. But by God, you better make use of this opportunity, because once I use all the insect repellent, we're all out, and then we're all at their mercy. And I'm not much keen on getting eaten again.
I'd also recommend we all stay in the same area when we sleep. I can grab it again.
She nods. She says, so to tomorrow night. So I'll try to keep meditative.
So are we pairing up?
No, she says, no, I'm going to sleep. It'll come to me. You'll all be using the repellent. I'll be the only meal available.
Okay.
And I'll be ready.
So what are you all doing for the rest of the night, since you have been woken by Malik rather abruptly in the middle of your sleep?
I assume we can see the wound, and if the cleric isn't going to, or
Oh, I didn't realize he got wounded. I must have not heard that. Then in that case, she's going to say, but before anything else, let's focus on getting you healed up.
Yeah.
We do examine the wound.
Okay, I'm assuming it's bite marks, isn't it, Davila?
1 second, please. Bloody, you were saying?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying I'm gonna help with whatever the cleric needs. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting her name because it's not written on screen.
Yeah, it's a Undrill Silvertusk.
Yeah, I'm gonna help Undrill.
Yeah, Undrill, not at all an NPC from the book that I threw in early as an Easter egg for later in the game. Silvertusk. So, Yeah, you're able to do that fairly easy. Just for the fun of it, give me a medicine check. You'll be under there. Wow. No. I was gonna say yeah. 5. It takes a bit. I would say with advantage. So if you roll again, but you are pretty shaken up because of what's been going on.
I was gonna say I know how to put on a band-aid.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I have a -1 to medicine, so it's gonna be shit no matter what.
That's fair.
Good job, guys.
You do the best you can. So, but regardless, yes, Sephi. Fortunately, you rolled really low, so you only lose 1 point of Constitution. So, the night passes, and yes.
Actually, Dennis, I hate to interrupt just as you were trying to switch over to the next day, but I gotta do it in good conscience. Risk is gonna knock on the captain's door and check on her.
And remember, Undril is standing by Risk, so if Risk goes off, she's coming with her.
After a moment, you hear a very irritated, bump, and then Grig opens the door, and Ortmai just peers around him. I would say at this point, you do notice that she has, her hand is kind of behind her back, but it looks like she's holding a weapon of some kind, like looking at you all suspiciously. What now?
Well, I just thought it'd be right for you to know, Captain, that there was another attack. This time it was my friend Malik.
Oh, hell. No, it wasn't me. I was asleep.
At this point.
It is. No, now we know it's not you. I was able to have a thing in its true form. But I'd like to take your form, Captain.
What the fuck? She actually just pushes Grig aside and steps in. So wait, are you telling me this thing's been masquerading as me?
That's what I said the very first time I told you about it.
Well, I wasn't listening to what you were saying.
Oh, and unlike yourself, it has a taste for the scale, folk.
Now, don't take that. Now, first of all, don't take offense at that. Not everybody's my type. You're a nice enough lad. I'm sure you'll find someone. But second of all, what the fuck?
Well,
it seems rather flirtatious in nature.
Ooh.
That's what I'm getting at.
And that's why I want to kill it.
All right, so you're one of those incels. Okay.
Jeez.
I don't know why that popped into my head.
That was where I was leading. That you want to kill it because it's flirtatious?
Yeah.
No, because it's using your form to do it.
Oh, yeah, well,
That's
that
what I was
too.
going for. Thank you for filling it out.
Imitation's the sincerest form of flattery and all that. But yeah, no. Could you do me a favor? Don't kill anything that looks like me while it's looking like me. Just on the off chance, just the slightest chance that it's me. I might take offense to that.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't worry. I mean, you've got a chunk missing out. Are you alright, son? And she actually goes over and she's helping.
She healed him.
No, yeah. I mean, it's like the damage is repaired, but there are marks there, and you do see Undril actually brushes Kinrell aside, and she's not Undril, sorry. Automate is actually doing a proper field dress of the wound and everything.
I've had a list.
I know. Seriously though, keep an eye out. Maybe shifts. Nobody, not just one person staying awake. That'd be wise. And eyes open. Except for me, because I'm fucking knackered and I would like to sleep. Okay?
Oh, hi, Grass.
Yeah, I know, right? I slipped into a bit of grass there.
I want to say that, at the suggestion of partnering up, Kinrell is going to sigh very loudly because she suggested that already.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the point. I apologize, but yeah, that was.
So, just as we all stay together, so.
But yeah, so I'm assuming, is there anything else that we do before we move on to the next day?
I think
Okay.
we're good.
Okay.
If
Only
everyone's
that
going
you-
back to sleep, Kinro will stay awake and keep watch.
Okay.
I'll
Perception.
say though is Dennis, I did send you a whisper.
Was this in roll 20? Because I can't. Okay. If you could resend it, because I'm not seeing anything. It's been a while. I can only scroll back so much, I'm afraid.
I guess say you should be right at the bottom.
In roll 20, I'm afraid. Oh wait, because I'm in Safari. I'm sorry, I'm switching from different. Thank you. Huh.
I have to say, if you're using Safari, that's rather appropriate for Chol.
Oh, I know.
Just
No,
saying.
is it? Sorry, that was. I'm broadcasting using Chrome, but I'm playing using Firefox, and I'm broadcasting using OBS. I've got the music with Sirenscape. There are many windows on one monitor. So yes, that's why it's taking me a hot minute. But yeah, no, that is a good point. Well made, Sephi. The creature may know things about you that it didn't before. That'll be useful
Yay.
information, dearie. So, the third day of this 6-day travel. And there is something new to the air. I'd say about halfway through the day, this weird calming nature comes over the ocean. The sails begin to lose their speed, and fog begins to fill the vision. Does anyone want to make a perception check?
Aye. The ranger would like to do that.
Don't I have a light spell?
Oh,
Also, sorry, it's hard to do this with no character sheet. Don't I
Yeah.
have a light spell that's like holy light or something?
So D, I will say this. I just remembered what I did to give you the picture for Undril is you have technically access to 2 different sheets. You have access to a sheet that says Undril.
There it is. It finally appeared.
Yes, but you also have access to a sheet that says Priest. All the stats and all the
I don't
things
have
that.
priest.
Okay, that's odd. No, it's going to be under monster. Is it under monsters?
I have items, races, the explorers, Tomb of Annihilation, faction guide.
Okay.
Monsters, miscellaneous, druid, priest. There it is.
Priest. There you are. Yeah.
I found it.
There you go. Yeah, but because
we go.
you were using the druid stats for color and the
Yeah.
priest stats for Undril. So if anything that Undril can do is going to be under the.
Does light or sacred flame do anything in fog?
Much like a torch, fog is basically water vapor that is filling the air around you. Unfortunately, you are just illuminating the fog, and it isn't dispersing it. You're just shining a light right on it. Which
This is the one I was thinking of, but it's, no,
Yes.
it's just guiding bolt. It's just magic. Never mind.
yep.
if you want, I was going to say, if you want, you can try and fire something off into the fog if you want to attack the fog.
You know what? She's suspicious. She's gonna see if it bumps into anything.
Roll me an attack with disadvantage.
Yeah, it's just a random. She's like, just randomly shooting it off into the. There, I did
Attack
it
the
already.
darkness.
Yep.
Hmm.
No, but she's not attacking darkness.
I know.
Yeah.
I just couldn't resist it.
I'm very sorry to say, I don't know why. I don't know why the macro isn't working.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Because I'm magical. Can we agree?
You
I
are
know the
absolutely
answer.
magical.
Roll 20.
Mm-hmm. But
That's
anyway,
the joke.
that is the joke.
I know what to do. Here, I'll fix it. It's gonna be fixed. There you go.
Oh, okay, just basically a d20. Yeah, but I will say this just because this was flavour. I will just say, as you're busy shooting something off, the fog is getting thicker and thicker. And as you are, I would say you're looking towards the southern end of the boat. On the northern end, you start to hear sounds of something, almost like boots hitting wood.
Instantly, here we go.
And
runs over like as best she can with her.
I would
She's got
say
a second guiding bolt ready, or bolt attack ready to go.
I would say as you turn around, vague shapes in the mist begin to clear, and you all realize that you are not alone on your little boat in the ocean. As completely silently, a much larger vessel has tethered itself next to you, and you have been boarded by several somewhat unpleasant looking individuals.
Baby Jones.
Hold on, Javillo, before you do anything else, I'm asking a question really fast before we do anything more with this.
Yes. Questions are good. I like questions. They imply answers. Oops, did I just move something else there?
There you go.
Okay. You're... Okay. So here's the thing, are you actually going to say that?
Yes.
Bearing
in mind that that's what she does. That's her deal.
Okay. Please let me narrate what you all see first, and then we are going to go with what Undril says, and from then on, it's anybody's game. So, as the fog begins to drift away, you see at least a dozen individuals. Leading them, a tall-built, dark-skinned human male, bald, with a black beard with spots of grey. He wears simple clothing and has a necklace covered in shark teeth. Beside him is this elderly female woman elderly human woman holding this twisted gnarled staff that's covered in muscles. She is drenched and covered in seaweed. Her hair is unkempt, black and greasy. Her eyes almost milky white and ill-looking as she looks over you all with a licks her lips.
Fun.
Next to him, the rest of his group are various races, lizard folk, human, tabaxi, all of them with various missing appendages, hooks, peg legs, and all weapons pointed at you. The man steps forward and in a loud, humorless voice begins to speak. I am Captain Ilok Yawan. We are here for your valuables. You may keep your equipment and your lives if you cooperate immediately. You also notice not only the size of the boat behind him, but especially the large ballista that are currently trained on you and the rest of the crew, who many of them are still shivering and looking very unwell. Now, Undril.
No, I'm joking.
Is looking at this woman.
Oh no!
And in Aquan, he's going to say, "I take it you have magic of the sea."
Oh.
Huh. Let me just double check what language is. I don't think Aquan is something that's listed on the NPC sheet. However,
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt that, so just let me know when I.
yeah, however, yeah, no, Druidic plus any two languages. So she sort of tilts her head, it's the weird, and she just like looks right at you, and just in Aquan, she. Now, what was the exact wording that you said, Sephi?
You have the magic of the sea.
I am the eye of the deep, boy.
This boat is cursed.
You best believe it. Is there anything you wish to add to that?
He's basically explained the situation to her with the ants.
I would say you get about 10 seconds in before Captain Jarwan steps out. Enough of this! Valuables. Now.
I'd say that depends on your definition of valuables, mate.
You were going to... does Undra want to do anything?
Yes. Undril holds up her holy symbol, and I planned this before you spoke up, Seth, so I'm not trying to steal your thunder. But basically, she holds up her holy symbol and says, I am Uldren Silvertusk. This boat is cursed. If you step aboard, you will die in 8 days. This crew is dying. I am trying to lead them to a curative. Their valuables are long gone.
That is an absolute deception check. I'm going to be kind and just say a regular It's a plague ship. Don't rob us, bro.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Give me a deception check, please. 9. Funnily enough. Yes.
Sorry. Okay, is there something I can roll to help her? Like,
Yeah,
I
because
don't.
the thing was.
This point, Malik is going to show the wound he had.
Yeah, that's what she was gonna. That's where I was gonna go with it. Is Uldren was gonna
Some
say,
creature
"Look
has
at
been
them.
attacking the passengers and crew on this ship for the past 2 days.
It'll come to you if you step aboard. I'm trying, despite your hostility, and I being the Order of the Gauntlet, I'm trying to save your lives. I'm a priest. No one more need die. Show them your wounds." And she gestures to the others.
Do you do so?
Sure, why not?
Slowly. These are.
Malik is actually going to look to Bucket and go, Bucket, you still have those ants, don't you?
Bucket takes out his little vial and holds it up. Bucket has also been kind of like feeding them, like dropping little bits of bread that he pilfers from other people in there.
Giving them cully snacks. They're all buff now.
Whatever creature is afflicting this ship is controlling these ants, possibly creating them. Can't be certain.
Yeah, these ants are in everything. If you take valuables from us, you will take the ants.
That's what I meant.
He looks over to the elderly individual and raises an eyebrow. What do you make of this? And
all it takes is one, my friend.
She
Just
steps
one
forward.
ant.
She takes the vial from you and she holds it to the light, examining it curiously before crushing the glass and the ants inside. You see a little bit of, dark blood trickle down. And she opens and looks at the ants. They are crushed. They die well enough. As the captain said, thank you for the warning, but I think we shall be fine. Valuables, if you please.
Yeah, again, what kind of valuables do you mean? Because looking at your crew, you're all kind of lacking in certain respects. if you pardon me saying so.
The ballista, the very large anti-ship ballista, is now pointing directly at Risk.
Oh no, that's. Well, I tried, and she
I would.
Sorry, go ahead.
I will say this. First of all, if y'all want to start throwing down, we can do that for the next session. The only downside, there are several downsides to that. First of all, the next session is going to be on a Thursday, and not everyone is going to be able to make it, as far as I'm aware. B, they are basically going to explain that they're going to leave your equipment. They don't care about that. But personal belongings, rings, money, gems, they're taking them. And you are not stopping.
Oh, here, I thought they were wanting our body parts or something, because they seem to be lacking them.
You get the feeling that this gentleman...
We're in spooky waters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. You get the feeling that this gentleman does not have a highly developed sense of humor. As he's losing his patience. Final request. Valuables. Yes or no?
Okay.
Out
So,
of interest, how's
just
the
wanna-
whole
This
ship
it is.
look?
Okay, there are two people talking. First of all, Nicola, what were you going to say?
So I could do this in a straight line and get quite a lot of them, or I can try and disable the ballista with a firebolt.
Mm-hmm. You could
Just
try
throwing
that.
out those options.
You could try that. And Sephi, what were you saying?
How does the whole of their ship look?
Very solid. Very well maintained. Very, very full of people.
Right, I have a possible idea.
Can Rel speak up? Just gonna try to be diplomatic and address the captain and say, you know, we're on our way to an island with lots of gold and riches and lots of things we've been promised. How about we gather some of that stuff and we give it to you for the trouble? You take us there and we'll share some of our rewards with you.
You don't understand. Oh, you're new. But okay. I explain it to you. He pulls out his sword. This is a robbery. I am leaving you. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, Kinwell just pulls out her gun as soon as he pulls out his
Mm.
sword.
Oh.
Yeah.
Malik is going to take advantage of
Whoops.
this.
Ignore that.
Malik is going to take advantage of this to basically do a backwards flop over the side of the boat, basically.
What is going on?
With
Many.
Rocket's knowledge of mechanics, would he be able to spot the vital mechanism and fire a firebolt at it to hopefully disable the ballista?
I think that makes sense.
As Malik falls into the water, he swims until directly under their hull. He's going to try and find the weakest point.
Okay. Many things are happening at once, so I want you to commit to your actions. So Kinrel pulls out a gun, Malik jumps in the water, and Bucket is attacking the ballista.
Advantage for a surprise round?
What is Risk and Char doing?
Oh, do you want to know what Risk was going to do?
I would like you to declare your action.
Well, once Risk was made aware that no, they don't want to take their eyes or their arms or anything like that, he was actually pulling out what few quote-unquote valuables he had and was putting them on the deck. You know, just a small knife, a map of Waterdeep, a little shoddy sketch of the Kobold Collective. You know, he doesn't have much because he's a lovable urchin.
So.
Oh, and the potion of healing and thieves' tools. He was actually giving up his belongings.
And Char, what are you doing? What is your action?
good question. I guess, yeah, I mean, she was gonna take like her gold and stuff out too. Like, here, you can have it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and the gold.
Oh,
Both gold he has.
yeah. Well, plus the whatever you had left over from your payment from John Axel. But yes, many things happen at once. The elderly druid, seeing Malik jump off, grins, pushes these two to the side as she dives into the water as well. And as the rest of the party, Malik may not see it until he gets under the boat, but she transforms into a large shark. The other bandits, they pull out their weapons and they begin to charge towards Kinrel. I would say Kinrel and Undro is what is Undro doing? I'm so sorry, we didn't get her action.
Yes, Undril said she started to do something. She said, "Well, I tried," and I'm going to tell you what she's going to do. Now, this is at the highest possible that I can do.
Yes. Okay. Yes. That
Angelic trying to like freak the entire group out as she rushes the captain.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Tries to knock the captain over. Order of the Gauntlet!
Okay. Yeah.
Back into the water or the other boat.
Dennis,
Yes,
quick
sir.
question. How big is the shark exactly?
It is the size of a giant shark.
The shark is shark-sized.
Yes.
You summon a shark-sized shark.
I was just going to say, well, she tends to only be scanned one.
Okay. She's
probably a bit beefier than that.
Yes. She is. Let me just read up the instructions on Eye of the Sea. Eye of the Deep. Sorry.
Can I, while you're looking that up, can I make a comment really quick?
Mm-hmm.
Which is, this will be a great introductory module descending into shark fight.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, this kind of went all tits up.
It really, really did. This, yeah.
I was just gonna give up my useless belongings.
Hey, Dennis.
Yes.
May I ask for clarification on something?
Absolutely.
The problem is they may not have liked that. Go ahead.
Well, they may not have liked. We just gave them what they wanted. But yeah, sorry, Aja. Carry on.
Okay. So it's this lady, and there's this lady that went after Malik, and then there's this guy who's the captain, right?
Yes.
Which in the picture? Which one is he?
He is the gentleman in the middle. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that you guys can't actually see their name. I would edit it so you can actually see the names, but it lags up you know, the system a little bit. But let me just get them named, because that's kind of information, you know, you guys probably need.
Okay.
So, given the fact that we are now 3 hours into the session and some people have times, how long do you want to try and do this?
I think sorry, go ahead.
9.
Oh, is everyone willing to at least play this out?
Yes, I am.
I am having a great time, so I am up for going on.
Okay. And then if, unless anybody wishes to say otherwise, I think it is time to roll initiative.
Yes.
First combat of the game, and oh shit, son.
Does everyone have backup characters?
While this gets sorted, I'm gonna run to the loo real quick.
Yep, same.
Yeah, I gotta go to the ladies myself.
That is absolutely fine. Yes, I will say this. In fact, we are going to, in the stream, we are taking a brief break. I'm going to mute the Discord on my end, and I'm going to be back in 2 minutes while I get things set up. and we will do it that way. So yes, I will be right back as we get this TPK on the road. Let me test something. Okay. Hello. Mm-hmm.
that they will leave the ship alone whenever they've got what they've wanted to get.
Exactly.
Okay, let's get back into the screen. There we go. So we're all back now. And yes,
Has Mike been able to swap all of the ship?
yeah, I would say you give me 1 second. Let me just. So I have many things open at the moment. So
That's okay. You have to take stock of the situation.
yes,
Okay,
I
one more gun
really do.
Oh
Okay.
my
That was just one-
God.
pun.
Husband,
Last gun. That was
Yes.
one last gun pun, and then I'm done. I promise.
Yes,
I'm really
wife.
if I message you what I want to do, I know it'll probably take a couple turns if stuff doesn't go, depending on how stuff goes,
Mm-hmm.
because Maggie has to go outside.
Yes.
So if I give you what I want to do, if I don't make it back in time, will you roll it out for me?
Yes, I will.
How do you want to do it? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
And
I will be back as soon as possible.
Yes. So this is going to be the symbol for wild shape for the moment. Okay. So Malik, I would say you're actually you're underneath the boat. I would say you get to about, this is the verticality of this is going to be weird. Okay, okay. Let's just say that Eye of the Deep and Malik, they are going to be over here, even though they're technically underneath the ships. Okay, and she is basically a giant shark. I now need the stats for a giant shark. So you give me a moment.
Okay.
You make
Malik
me
is-
cry.
Malik, I could say he has a plan.
Does he? That's good.
That might have helped.
Okay. Roll20 is just trying to find out where Shark is, because it's a little bit choppy. So as soon as that comes up, we can actually begin, because Kinro, it makes sense that you go first, because yeah, you were started. You started this.
Who's the motherfucker who pulled the sword?
The motherfucker who pulled the sword is Captain Yawan, the gentleman who is right in front of you.
All right. I'm gonna level my best pistol at him and just shoot. I'm aiming for the gut. I don't want it to be a headshot or anything particularly fatal. If I hit him, I want him to go down.
Okay. And by the way, Sephi, this is what you're dealing with.
I know.
And
Which
with
could
my
work to his advantage.
Okay, now back over to Bloody. You're using the pistol. This is, unless I'm mistaken, this is in, you know, close quarters. Oh, no, there's a 5-foot gap between the two of you, so yeah, there's no disadvantage.
okay.
Okay.
And with my bonus action, I would like to reload.
An 18 is going to hit, and he is going to take 10 piercing damage. So, yeah, I'm going to need a sheet of paper, because Roll20 is... if you all remember back when we were playing Vorsal back in the day, it can't cope with
Yep.
with hit
There's
points.
a reason I keep a notepad next to me whenever we do combat.
This problem, I really,
Yeah.
really appreciate you putting this game into
No, it's...
Roll20 so I can play, Dennis.
No, it is all good. It is all good. But yeah, this is first time in a long time that I've used this. So this is the one where we go through all, you know, the tech stuff. So yes, you actually take a shot. It hits, and yeah, you do 10 points of damage to the captain. You got his attention.
If I can do the flavor text, I got him right in the gut.
You did. He grimaces a little bit, but he's looking right at you now. Is that your turn?
Yes. Bonus reaction to reload, and that's it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, next up, it's gonna be his bandits, and
Before you do anything, because you've been doing so many things and keeping track of so many things, my action didn't get done before the fight started.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if that could. I thought that from what I read that could impact what happens with them.
Please refresh my memory. What exactly was your action again? It was Spirit Guardians. Yes, Spirit Guardians are
She did
up.
Spirit Guardians until like freak them out.
Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say that
They are going to
With
make.
the highest level she can. Putting all her and like praying to her god, like, please, we're fucked. Please let this work.
Okay. So that's going to be a wisdom save from them. They have to make a wisdom saving throw. And I'm going to make one roll for everybody. What's your DC?
I don't know.
The DC, I think...
And I also chance sent you a message to below about it.
So, Dennis, I have a question that may help you out.
Yeah.
Dee's using the pre-stat block, yeah?
Yes.
So her spells say spell DC would be 13.
They rolled a 13, so as a group, they make it, I'm afraid. However, what is the range on Spirit Guardians?
It is...
Nope, don't. Get off the
15-foot radius on self.
15-foot radius, okay.
Yeah.
Paint is not for kittens.
That's what I was thinking right there.
You can't put it anywhere, it radiates from you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is basically a woomph. So that...
Okay.
So they still take half damage. And let's see, did you roll damage when you did that?
I don't know what to roll for damage. Sorry.
It's okay. They take...
3d8 if they fail.
Yeah. Do they take no damage if they succeed?
They take half damage.
Okay, so roll me 3d8 please, D.
And it would be radiant, since I imagine Dee's character is good.
13.
13 divide by 2.
That'd be 6.
Oh, you round down?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's how the indie goes.
Okay, 6 points of damage, and the bandits...
And of course, protecting the crew, since it says I can choose people I see not to hurt them.
Okay.
Lucy, stop it.
Sorry, guys. I thought that would help.
No. You are actually doing a good chunk of change. I would say, actually, on the start of their turn, the bandits are like, and they're going to... Let's see, are they going to try and rush you, or are they going to try and get out? I would say screw it, and... No, they're going to... Nope, they're going to not get ridiculously big. They're going to try and flee back over there.
Yes, into the range of the gunfighter.
Yes. 4, 5... I would say for the time being, the NPCs are going to be fighting each other. They're going to keep... This lot over here, they're going to be tackling Ortmire and her crew.
They're the animation in the background of
Yes,
the
they
video
are.
game that are like going pew, 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 pew.
For my own sanity, yes. Bucket. Roll me your... Now, did you already attack?
I already rolled a firebolt. I got a 9 and a 21.
Okay. What was the damage?
Well, first off, it was the base roll would have been 9. If you gave me advantage for a surprise round, it would have been 21. So
It was a 21 because that was a surprise.
Excellent. The damage was 7, and I was trying to hit the mechanism.
Okay. The mechanism seems to, basically the ballista does seem to start lighting up. The bandit that's over here and is out of the range, he actually looks like he wasn't prepared to actually fire. It was more of an intimidation tactic, so he's spending his turn alternating between trying to load it properly and try and put out the flame. Whether or not he succeeds, we will find out. Is there anything you want to do for this turn? Because that was during the surprise round.
let's see.
Would you like more fire? Would you like some more fire to go with your fire?
Okay. Should I focus on destroying that ballista, or should I try and hit as many of these guys as possible? What do you think?
I'd say try and take out the numbers.
Alright. So, step. Step.
We're so doomed.
Yep.
It was nice. I like Risk.
It's nice knowing him.
Oh no,
I
they're
get
gonna keep him as the
here.
ship's pet. He's
I
gonna be on the
was
captain's shoulder. Say it, Risk. Fuck!
So-
Someone want a cracker?
Oh my god, D.
In that line, I'm going to cast this.
Okay.
You don't like that in?
Oh, come on, 2! Really?
So 2
Fuck
points
me.
of 2 points of damage to what? So can you show me the
Oh.
line again, please?
It would have been these guys.
Okay, and they need to make. I'm just going to make the one roll for the captain, and that's going to be the same roll for everybody.
I like to imagine that you got 2 drops of acid, 1 drop in each eye.
It's also concentration, so I'm going to put the little concentration flag on.
So the captain fails, so he takes those 2 points. So that's a further
here's the
2
fun
points.
thing.
Yes.
Any creature that fails its dexterity save is covered in acid for the spell's duration until the creature uses its action to scrape or wash the acid off itself or another creature. The creature covered in the acid continues to take 2d4 acid damage at the start of each of its turns.
Okay, that is good to know.
Antacid. That should be
Wow.
the name of the episode.
That's good to know. Undril, it is now your turn. Your spirit guardians are up, and apparently they're doing a really good job.
Does that continue if I do it, like, maintain concentration? Does it damage
Yes.
them next round?
Yes, but you need to make sure that they are in your radius.
So can I go 1, 2, 3 to keep them rushing the bad guys?
I think you are you not able to move her token?
I just wasn't sure if I was, if it would
Yes.
keep, I don't want to dispel
Yes.
anything.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, and the whole time.
One thing I will say, if you've walked,
attack?
yeah, that would be an
Yeah,
attack of
okay.
opportunity.
Okay,
so.
then she's gonna be here then, and she's
Mhm.
gonna try to hit all of them, and she is going to be shouting about like prayers. I'm not gonna make everybody sit and listen, but like she is like reading Old English Beowulf right now.
Okay.
As she advances, like she is like, if you've ever heard anyone read Old English Beowulf, that's what like you're hearing from her.
Okay.
It's
And
in deep Orcish, and she is making her voice as bass as she can.
heck yeah.
Brought in the sword and chase she.
Oh, be an idea if I got the camera back over here. Okay.
Burn them.
Yes.
Oh,
So.
no.
All right then. That's Undril's turn. Quick question in regards to Spirit Guardians. Does she do the damage at the end of her turn? At the start of her turn?
Let's see. When you cast a spell, you can designate any other creatures. The affected speed is halved. Yada yada.
Oh, it's halved. Okay.
Yes.
Nope, it's only whenever someone enters these 15-foot radius.
Yup, and they just all entered it.
Okay, so
Burn 'em.
roll me the damage again, please. It was the
3d8.
3d8, please.
Kaboom.
Let me check if the dex save needs to be repeated. Okay, no, it has to make a wisdom saving throw first. You might want to just do one blanket
yeah.
wisdom save.
That was a 9, so I
Okay,
don't
so
think they
all
save.
fail. Right.
They're getting torn up.
They actually are. What the fuck? Yeah, because this encounter never expected Unjo to be here. So wow.
Good in this case.
She's mad. She is angry. She tried to save their lives. She told him so.
Okay, so that's that. So they take 20 damage. So I would say, just for the sake of it, poof, 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 fucking poof.
Goddamn.
Because
Can I say something?
that's some corpses.
For flavor, can I say something?
Yes.
This ship is cursed. Retreat.
You just cleaned house.
Yep. And she is going to repeat it. Basically, she's giving the other bad guys a chance to save face and exit.
Now, let me
is
just
cursed.
do some math here. So that's 10, that's 20, that's 40. Okay. Good to know. Risk. Young man. Young sweet, sweet soul. What would you like to do in regards to the carnage? And by the way, I've deleted the tokens, but there are corpses lining your boat now.
Yeah, that's fun. So Risk is gonna pull out his longbow, draw an arrow, and aim it squarely at the captain right there. Just say, "Are you the lady governor? You best shove off. We're clearly more trouble than you're worth."
And besides, Risk, I wouldn't worry. There's another new ship right over there we can take instead of the corpse ship.
So yeah, I'm trying to convince him to actually leave.
Give me a persuasion with advantage.
Yay! that's
Because
good.
that
Persuasion
was
diary.
that.
Oh, fuck off, dice!
Oh, that sucks.
Okay.
To be fair, the priest orc lady just did all that, and then the little kobold's like, "Y'all better leave. We're tough."
That kind of is the energy that's going on. So I will say that's kind of. He doesn't hate the idea, probably, but he's not listening to you, kiddo.
He can't live because he can't leave when the kobold says so.
He's also surrounded. You're kind of in his way.
Besides that, imagine later on when he's sitting there with his crew and they're all like, hey boss, remember that time when the kobold told you to leave and you did?
That's true. He would never live it down.
So,
Dennis, would that have been a free action or?
if you are not attacking him, the way I read this is you are basically holding an attack action and you are also using this weapon to make a point. So that to me seems like an action.
That's fair. I just wanted to get your ruling.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, that's
Also-
my turn.
Risk, you basically just told him, please no steppy.
So, the sailors are basically, they're Ortmay's sailors are just, they're kind of processing what the hell just happened, but they seem a little
priest
more.
just came on board is what they're glad of.
Yeah, they are actually really fucking. Before they were a bit surly to you a little bit, but now they're like, you have a fan club growing. Malik, meanwhile, over here, you are currently tangling. You are unaware of all of this because you are under the water and you are fighting a giant shark. What are you going to do?
Well, first off, he's basically clinging to the hull of the enemy ship, waiting for the shark to get within 15 feet of him.
Her nose and teeth are about to touch yours.
Thunderwave.
Okay.
Against the hull of the ship. As I said, he's waited for her to be within a certain range, so it will hit her, and he has enough time to get out of the bloody way of her.
Right. So this is a Constitution saving throw. Please bear with me a moment. Again, I have to open each individual sheet. La 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 la. And every single one lags. Because everything. Okay, so Constitution save, you say.
Yep. And
She
also, I
fails.
Okay. He's going to swim down in a 30-foot curve to get back to the other side of this ship and climb back on board.
That is going to be an attack.
She got knocked back 10 feet, so he can
Okay.
swim round, and sharks can't turn that well.
Okay.
So he's going to climb back on board, and how much damage would he have done to the hull of the enemy ship with that?
I don't have the stats for the hull of a ship, unfortunately. I would say it might have made a dent, but this is a very well-made ship. I would say this. I can confirm that anybody who's from Waterdeep, you would recognize the make of ship. This is kind of a standardized model, and they are built to last.
Either way, he's made a pretty big noise underwater, so it would have been noticeable on the surface.
Okay. Yeah, so there was a boom as the meat grinder spirit guardians are doing their thing.
As he comes out, he goes to the camera and goes, "I just put some more explosives on your hull. We'll find out how many of them are left."
So many things are happening at once again. Next up is going to be the Eye of the Deep. The giant shark sort of shakes itself a little bit irritated, and it is going to charge for you. And
I'm back on the ship.
That sounds like a lot in one turn. That sounds like a lot in one turn, I'm afraid. I'm saying that you would have done that thunder wave, and you would maybe be poking your head out of the water, but you are still in the water.
Fair enough.
So, unless there is something in your character sheet that says you can literally, like flipper style. Okay, then
he just has a swimming speed of 40 feet.
Okay, that's fortunate because she, if her character sheet would open, stop, closing, she has a swim speed of 50 feet, and so she is going to. Let's see, I think she's just going to be nice and simple, and does a 22 hit?
It does.
Would you like to tell me how many hit points you have?
10.
Okay. Okay. So the giant shark, I'm actually going to share the
No.
So that was 25.
Oh yeah, he's super dead.
Yep.
You basically, so you all see Malik poke his head up from the water and say, "I put some, more explosives on the bottom of your," and Jaws style, nothing but net. A gigantic shark just erupts between the boats and swallows him whole.
If it erupted between the boat, because he's on the other, he came to the other side.
Okay, you got eaten, basically. And that's going to be Eye of the Deep's turn. Orme is going to look at all this and she's going to be like, you look, looks like might want to take a step back and we'll do this another day. Does that seem good for you? Next up, Char. You had some things that you wanted to do, and Captain Jawan is very distracted. Do you still wish to do the things that you wanted to do?
Okay, well, I have a question.
Yes.
I have many questions. I have a few ideas. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do. Is the captain's fighting Undrill?
At the moment, yeah, he's kind of looking at her directly. Yes.
Okay. And the creepy wizard lady is dead?
No, the creepy wizard lady turned into a giant shark and she just vored Malik.
Oh, she ate Malik.
She literally ate him.
Where the hell did she swallow her?
Oh, fuck. Okay, how's the rest of the party looking?
Pretty good, all things considered.
Are any other bandits attacking?
All the other bandits were here's the thing.
They're destroyed.
Here's the thing. All the other bandits that were on your ship have been turned into fucking jam by Undrill. These celestial spirit guardians surrounding her, that yellow aura around her, they were just shredded by her.
Think, Aja, think Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Isn't that a good description, Devilla?
That's actually a real good description.
That's what I pictured, basically. That's what, like, I actually picture her, they're basically, like, robed Amazonian sword-wielding lightning creatures that just, like, are just, like, fucking everything up.
Okay. So I'm debating on if I want to do things in character, if I just want to say, never mind.
What is the worst that could happen?
Yeah,
We've just seen it.
Seth's dead. He ain't coming
I just
back.
picture there's like a waiting room for all of Steph's dead characters that are like, oh hey,
Okay, let's see there.
Mike!
2 of them that have been eaten, just saying.
Okay, so I guess I'll just go with my in-character idea. Since there's no bandits and the captain's distracted, I would like to sneak down below. Or go down below if possible.
That would be your entire movement because you are over here, and the passage the passage is going to be over there. So that is, if I would say this, if you're doing what I think you're doing, that you could see some ants nearby. Just give me if you give me an investigation check, we'll see if you get enough ants to do the thing you're trying to do.
Okay. Well, I'll go for plan C then. Investigation?
Yes. Yes, there's a nice little cluster. Actually, a bunch of them like just crawling along the bucket's shoulder.
Okay, I would like to scoop some up, please.
You can do that.
In my hand. And then, let's see. What's my movement? 30 feet. And then I would like to sneak up behind the captain while he's distracted, and I would like to put the ants down his pants, please.
Stealth check.
Okay.
I like how the seagulls are still calm.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah.
Please.
Boom.
Okay.
Nice. Love it.
Okay.
This ship is cursed.
Yeah.
Episode title, by the way, I think should be "This Ship is Cursed."
Mm-hmm.
It's a metaphor.
I feel like you've gotten a slight taste of what Matt Mercer felt like in that episode in Nicodranus where they accidentally a ship.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is, hey, guys, welcome to D&D.
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome to fucking D&D. That's what I love this game.
And wait till my next turn.
Lastly, at the bottom of the round, because he rolled a 1 on his initiative, Captain Elok Yawan, stinging from acid, unnoticing the ants crawling in his pants, and staring down this orc woman. He looks around at the corpses of his crew. He glares at you all, and yeah.
If he tries to retreat, do I get to tell all the ladies to stomp on him?
It's unfortunately that's not quite how that works. And he transforms. His body bulks and grows, and it's a particular type of lycanthropy that you've never seen yourself, but you've heard of. Not everybody goes with wolves. With Captain Yawan, I will give you an answer once I finish my description.
Okay.
He basically before you is a large, furious, burning, singed, ant-bitten werebore. This voyage is no longer profitable. And he pushes you to the side as he storms off to his boat.
Do I get to attack or?
Oh, honey. Give me an intel. You can do it. You can.
Do I
if
lose
you
concentration on my creatures?
wish. No, you don't.
No,
it's only if
but-
you get hit.
She's going
Why?
to do it.
Okay. Okay.
She's
Do it.
going to. She's hoping to trip him up on his way out because she wants him. I'm sorry if it's bad.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
No.
That's what she would do.
No. Yeah. You can do that. You absolutely
I don't
can.
know how to attack though. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Give me a d20 and let me just bring up Undrill's thing. We can just.
Oh, 2. She misses anyway.
Yeah. Okay. He doesn't even notice. He doesn't even notice as he gets on the boat. And the rest of his crew, the surviving members, they look terrified of him. They're just like not meeting his gaze or anything, and they're busying themselves with getting the rigging and everything. You also feel a bump as this giant shark, basically, a little bit of blood in the water. In fact, I wouldn't even say there's blood in the water. It was just whoop. And bear with me one moment. Oh, well, actually, yeah, no, it is not Eye of the Deep's turn. That was his turn. And how much acid damage is he taking again?
2d4.
Roll me 2d4, please.
Boop. That many.
Okay.
I know what to do.
You just
Sure.
okay, and it looks like the boat is beginning to go away now. Kinrel, what do you want to do?
I would like to get up to this side if I could. So one. Having trouble moving. 2. There we go. 3, 4. And just fire at who's ever closest. I don't care if I actually hit them. It's like a scary parting shot. Like fuck off and stay fucked off.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to just say that you're shooting at his feet?
Over his head.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right then.
Oh, I hope I
Give
get one
me
more turn.
give me a intimidation, if you'd be so kind.
I just closed my sheet. Sorry, Herb. And intimidation. I have proficiency. Yay.
Okay.
Let's see if it's good or not.
The large hulking werebore just eyes lock with you. I would say, as the ship is slowly moving away, you do see like the nostrils flex a little. It's almost like he's getting your scent. But the ship does eventually leave. Though,
Before
as
it gets out of range,
Yes.
can Bolt set fire to the sails just to be spiteful?
Yes, and also I want to do something to be spiteful that may coordinate with that, Develo. Can I tell you my spiteful thing?
with you guys?
Can I tell you my spiteful thing?
can I would like, you know, I don't want to dictate. I don't want to dictate what you guys do. You know, yes.
I have to say, I love the fact that you have given the party multiple times to back away and change their minds, and they're just not taking it, Dennis.
They're really not.
I know.
And you're like the chaotic DM. You go for the most sadistic, fucked up shit, and even you're like, say, guys, ease the fuck up.
Yeah.
They can't chase us if they have no sails.
Yes.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
I
now,
understand.
so to clarify, you're not there, it's not a case of they're slowly leaving and you're like, oh, by the way, fuck you. It's more a case of, haha, try catching us, fucker.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, that is a distinction. Okay, sure.
Yes, and I want to coordinate with something on that. I'm going to send you the message.
You'll notice that Bucket's actions were to protect the ship.
Mm-hmm.
First
Yes.
I took out the fucking crossbow, and now I'm making sure they can't chase us.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, Bucket has a girlfriend. He's in love with the ship.
There you go.
Hmm. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Or boyfriend, whatever gender the ship is. Well,
More along the lines of Bucket can't swim.
Yeah.
right.
So, I would say that, yeah, you were able to get off a shot. Could you roll the attack, please?
Sure. Let me see me fuck this up.
Yeah.
Get it good.
19.
19.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. As the fog begins to thicken around you once again, you're pretty sure you hear a slight, "You got to be kidding!" As, yeah. As the, as you see a slight orange glow in the distance. Before you no longer hear anything from the ship ahead. However, the fog does seem to thicken, and you hear nothing for a minute, and you think everything's pretty good. Then you all feel a very sharp bump against the side of the boat as you all look over, and this massive shark is just calmly gliding through the water, looking at you all, before very casually going back down.
Malik's dead.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the end of that particular encounter.
Don't worry, we'll never hear from him again.
Yeah, I have notes.
Don't worry.
Was that
Don't
Risk
worry.
or Kuba saying that?
Both.
May is just looking at you all with like her eyes are just wide open. Right. So that was Elok. Elok Jarwan, he's literally one of the worst.
Captain Artemis.
We're enemies for life. Good job, everyone.
He's got friends.
What the bloody hell are you blokes thinking? Has no one ever told you to pick your fights more wisely?
Combat was inevitable. Priority was to protect the ship.
And you, Risk. I told you I'd protect you. And besides, as you can see, an anti-ant blessing is useful. And she looks over at the captain and says, "But you don't want priests on board." And then she settles down to meditate.
Wow, so spiteful.
Unless I'm mistaken,
Unbelievable.
we might be missing someone.
Wait,
Yeah.
who?
Malik. He got eaten.
What? You're serious? You saw it?
Yeah, the big shark lady snapped him up as he was trying to come on board.
Oh my. Then she bows her head, folds her hands together, and begins moving her lips in prayer. You can't hear what she's saying, though. This is private.
Well, while that's going on, let's just recap, shall we? Captain Yawan there, he's a member of, it's this growing coalition, they're calling themselves the Trident. They kind of have a monopoly of some of the waters around Shalt. They are, some of them, almost reasonable. He isn't. And they now all are going to be tracking us. I mean, well, specifically me, so, you know, great, thanks for that. All he wanted was some gold, and, you know, we could get more. Now we have a bounty on our heads, so, good job.
One we can't pay.
Aye, here, little lad gets it. I know, right, I know.
Why was this information not relayed at the beginning of the journey?
It's a boat ride. Pirates happen. I didn't think he was going to literally just show up there. I mean, I didn't expect him to show up, but you know, it's sometimes you get robbed when you go down the street.
Close to the vest, sometimes there's a knife.
You are rapidly becoming my favorite person on this sweet world. But no, fair's fair. Fair play to you for what you did there. That is, incidentally, how much do you think?
Not me.
Well, fair play to your god.
Thank Torn.
Thank you, Torn. Now let's see what's on these bastards. And she is actually her and the crew.
We're fucked. Well, at least there's something.
Yeah. So I've lost track of how many I think that was 10. So, yeah, we'll make a note of what you have acquired in the next session. If Captain Nortmeyer decides to share any of it with you.
I'm just saying, Risk is not going to take any of that because we have inconvenienced this lady immensely.
Yep.
Good fucking lord.
Yeah. Also, hi, Seth. I'm so... Hey,
everyone,
dude.
I did a cool thing. Ah!
Hey, you know what? He had a plan.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Seffi, I think that was a record, even for you.
Yeah. I didn't know it was possible to die in the menu room.
Well, he was on the menu.
Well, no, I mean, it's a Frasier line that I love.
Seffi's next character will start the game dead.
Yes.
Don't let me roll Revenant.
Revigent.
So, we find ourselves, eventually the fog begins to clear, but the night is fairly unpleasant and stormy. The waves are rocking back and forth as the ship begins to list slightly, and after a bit one of the crew notices, I think we're taking on a bit of water, Captain. It seems like your shark friend made a little dent of her own in retaliation for you hurting her ship. Fortunately, you're able to repair it. It's not going to be too much of an issue. But it takes most of the day.
As best you can.
Never mind. Yeah, with mending, you are able to take care of that fairly easily. I would like everybody who has not had a nighttime visit to roll a d20. And I also...
Well, remember the plan. Don't forget the plan.
Yes, the plan.
Oh,
The plan was for everyone else to take the and now we have one less dose needed. So you see, it all works out.
well, silver lining, I
Oh,
suppose.
jeez.
Fine, I will subtract 3 repellent doses, leaving
And-
1.
Ultra
You guys aren't going to need to make d20 rolls.
takes her
Bucket doesn't
seat,
need one.
Oh, I know.
and she's
Still
going
only
to be
have one
wide
left
open.
over.
After praying to her god, she's like, "Let it come to me, Torn. Let it come to me."
Can I get a... Okay, so we've had Aja, we've had... Okay, yeah. Good, good, good. So, describe to me how you're setting this scene up.
Who?
All of you all. How exactly are you priming this trap?
She is going to sleep out in the most open area she can. She is going to... basically the idea is the other people should get as far away as they can while still observing, and whichever area of the ship is the best for that. And she's going to go right to sleep, and she's going to think anti-thoughts.
Okay, and the rest of you
Okay.
all are forcing yourselves to stay awake.
Yes.
Hey ants, come on, take a chance, I'm an opal.
Kinrel can't sleep. She feels really guilty. She feels like Malik's death was her fault, so she's awake and pacing and stressing out and not concentrating. She's not in a good place.
Mm-hmm.
Aldrin's okay because she thinks she asked her god Torn to find his soul and protect it and guide it for having a warrior death, which, you know, is her deal.
It was Cooper, I agree.
What did Cooper say?
That it was her fault.
Yeah, Malik's
Yes.
death was Kinrel's fault.
It's like that line from Endgame where it's like, I feel like I let the world down. Well, you did.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I want everyone who's staying awake to make me a Constitution saving throw. Oh dear.
Really? Really? Really?
Holy shit.
I forget, does Hero's Feast help with that sort of thing? Because I still have Miss Sky Reaches. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, never mind then.
Well, the thing
I will
is, in regards to Miss Skyreach's leftovers, they basically give you advantage on a check, a single check. It's basically a point of inspiration. However,
yes.
when it's fresh and hot, that is a hero's feast.
Okay, then Risk will consume one of Mrs. Skyreach's lovely Twinkies
Mm-hmm.
I would
and
probably say
partake of advantage.
Just
Fuck.
to say,
She worked for a day on those too. She worked really hard, or not a
Just,
day, 3 days.
yeah, just gonna say that Malik's bag is still there. So
Oh,
Well, would it? You were eaten whole.
no, he left his bag on the. He didn't have. He just left his bag
Aldrin?
on in the cabin. So.
Yeah,
We're gonna
I'll
take
say
the
if there's
bag.
any inventory you think that the players would need, please post it in either the Roll20 or the Discord chat.
I claim his pajamas.
He doesn't have any.
Oh, he sleeps in the buff. Nice.
Or he
No,
just
just
doesn't
sleep
take
as
off
he
his
is.
clothes.
Yeah, prestidigitation.
yo.
Hmm.
Yeah, he can prestidigitate himself every morning.
Too much of that and you need glasses. Anyway, so I would say... so Aja, I need a Constitution saving throw from Char.
I'll be super quick.
No problem. Oh dear. Both Char and Bucket, you both take a point of exhaustion.
Oh, I'm sure
As
that
you-
won't come back to
as
haunt
you
him.
are forcing yourselves to stay awake.
Can I explain away Kinrail's 21 with she's running on pure adrenaline?
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Coffee and guilt. Nothing
Yes,
like it.
absolutely.
Okay, so you all try and hunker down as best you can and keep your eyes open. So are you all basically just around Kinrail as she's sleeping?
I'm not sleeping. I'm fucking awake.
No. Sorry. About Undrill.
Yeah, I'll be pacing at the foot of her bed with a cup of coffee, but I'll be there.
Okay.
Being
I
awake.
would also like to apologize for the barking. I was moving my stuffed animal and it started barking and wouldn't stop. I'm sorry.
Oh, we didn't hear it. It's all good. It's all
Oh,
good.
good. Okay, good. It was really
Okay.
loud over here.
I'm back. Did I miss anything? Should I
No.
be taking a point of exhaustion, or am I good?
You make a point of exhaustion if you reached a 10 or less. You are fine.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
I just made it. Thank you, Mrs. Skyreach.
Yeah. But Char also has a point of exhaustion. So,
No problem, Risk. I hope you enjoy them.
as I would say, while Kinrel is focused on her comfortable dream, safe in the knowledge that she's ready for anything. Bucket, where exactly are you in this scenario?
Is probably on deck again. Bucket has basically been going inactive at the base of the mast each night.
Yeah.
He's more likely there as usual.
It's round about this time that I would say, Bucket, you hear a chuckle coming from the other end of the ship. Took me a moment. But there you are.
It will stand and investigate.
As you stand, you see at the end of the ship, swaying in the breeze, just enjoying the sea air, is this short, squat, elderly looking creature. Purple skin, white hair tied in a greasy bun, keys, bones, and other accoutrements on her belt. She turns with the gold coins for eyes, gives you a big, toothy grin. Looks like you were a little bit too tired, dearie. And she starts to beckon towards you. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Sure. Oh, jeez.
You feel yourself compelled to move towards you. And she's like, no. And she makes this weird little motion. Like, basically, she takes her two fingers and she makes this sort of reverse pinching motion, like she's pulling something back. And you hear the creaking and the tearing of metal and gears as your innards are beginning to be ripped apart.
Okay. There's no one else on deck, right? It was just me?
There is nobody else on this ship but you and her. Give me an intelligence check.
He sensed his dream.
Yeah.
Intelligence. Oh, come on! I'm like 19 intelligence!
Yeah. You're a little bit afraid. And again, because this is the thing, she makes this gesture with her fingers at the other end of the ship, and you at the opposite end, your metallic body is just being ripped apart. And she's just casually striding towards you. Now, this is going to hurt quite a lot.
And Bolt attempts to fire their crossbow at her.
You can
Why
try.
do you keep calling Bolt Bucket?
Well, it's Bucket of Bolts, but yeah, you can try.
Sure, we'll go with this. Come on! What is the sevens?
I would say this: you basically shoot something, and it just—it's like the bolt just hovers.
Guys, I'm actually alive.
Yeah, it's like the bolt just hovers in midair before she just gestures her hands, and it disappears into smoke. I'm afraid that's not how it works, dearie. Not in my dreams. Now, come over here, come on my knee, and I promise I won't make it too painful. Make me come over there. Might make me upset. What do you do?
Start walking across the ship.
Ah, that's...
What is your purpose in this?
Ooh! An actual question. Honestly, she picks you up by the neck and holds you close to her foul-smelling mouth. Gives you a big kiss on the cheek. Honestly,
I will be an unsatisfactory meal.
you say that, but I'm looking for a snack anyway. But before, and she's like, she takes a sort, you know, it's like Pennywise where she's like, you know, with the kids on where she's about to bite, but she's like, no, I'll answer your question. I just needed a trip down south, and you were going the right way, so I figured I'd hitch a ride. I hope you'd not minded. Been having a lot of fun, but I would tell you this, a little favor. I don't like the gnome. She's too bright, a little bit too nosy and nice and noisy. So, tell your friends, whisper amongst yourselves. As soon as she dies, I'll leave you alone. Until then, she literally, be faster than you can react, slams her teeth down into you. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Where the fuck, bucket? Come on. There.
Fucking queen. Yeah, okay. It hurts. But you basically wake. So for the rest of you guys, as you were spending your time watching, everybody's watching Undrill, but you hear a weird sort of, a weird twitch and, like, you know, scrabbling as Bucket tries to restart themselves.
You just hear like the sound of an engine stalling, and then just a spring erupts from the neck, just ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
Andrew, it's safe to say the plan's a bust.
So.
Contact with entity has been acquired.
Fortunately, that Constitution save. Yeah, only one of you lost a point of Constitution, and let's be honest, it doesn't matter anymore, does it, Malik?
Per Malik.
So I would say...
Can't lose any Constitution points if you have none to lose!
Yeah. I would say this. We are getting... It's fairly late in the evening, lads and lasses. There is a bit of a journey still to go. There are still more things to do, so... Who is... I know that our beautiful D is unavailable for Thursdays. Who else is going to be unavailable for the next few Thursdays? No, but is everyone down for this coming Thursday then to continue?
Yeah, I can handle it.
Then I will relinquish Undrill to our delightful Devillo, who has nothing else to do.
not to worry, but yeah, I'll like I say, Undrill, I've got some ideas for her. Yeah, I didn't expect that combat to happen. We went a little longer than planned. That was beautiful, though. It was amazing.
God, guys, I said I'm sorry. Jeez.
We're gonna die before we even reach Schult.
So
It's okay. Things happen. It's just gonna take us some time to digest it all.
I can't actually believe I succeeded in killing one of the players in the first session. Welcome, my friends, to the Tomb of Annihilation.
Oh, Dennis, I hate to steal your thunder.
Oh,
You didn't really kill Seth, did you? It's more like Seth killed Seth, or Bloody killed Seth, or
Yeah.
Jonas killed Seth, or
There
Dean
was a
killed
moment-
Seth.
was protecting the ship.
Yeah. I mean,
to be
there
real,
was a
Malik
big.
jumped off the ship willingly.
Mm.
And Malik was giving off big, are you sure you want to do that energy? And yes. You know what I have to say about your character's arc and storyline, Seth?
Mm-hmm.
Finn.
His plan was to try and destroy the hull of their ship.
I mean, it was a
Well,
fair
it's a good thing
plan.
we didn't get too chummy with them.
Oh.
To be honest, his plan was to act as bait so the shark would start attacking their own ship. By accident, so
Ah, okay.
Sometimes you just have to face the guillotine.
Mm.
I love you guys. I love you guys, but you guys have been playing D&D longer than me. I kind of figured you know how to pick your fights better.
Never.
Not me. I'm more of a noob than you. And I'm telling you, that motherfucker drew his sword on me. He had to
Yeah.
die.
He was
Not only-
making a point.
He was
Yeah,
a
and-
robber. He's meant to threaten you.
And besides, like I said, I'm throwing Icarus back at you. She's a priest. Her god put her there. There's a threat. Her whole order of the gauntlet is we fight threats.
Oh
So
my
she was
gosh.
like, fight.
Undril is Undril is basically your response to Sir Icarus from Vorsal.
Kinda, yeah.
How the tables have turned.
well, all I can say is that me and Dennis need to have a little conversation. So
Yes.
I've sent some stuff on Discord.
Yes. Wow.
I hope
I
you
just
weren't too
picture-
invested in Marek's backstory.
I
I
just
was about
picture-
to say.
Yeah, are we? Is this backstory thing going to be one of those things, Steph, where you're going to introduce waiting on the dock is Kalik, Malik's twin brother?
Nope.
I'd allow
that
that.
like
I
a
really would
sister?
allow that. I think that's fair.
My identical twin brother.
Also,
I have better ideas.
okay, I will say this. I have a rule that we've actually not. In the moment I was at, there was so much happening, I didn't get a chance to actually say. But for those who've never watched my games before,
Yeah.
there's a thing called mercy. Everybody gets one. Every player has a point of mercy. Now, Dee's has expended. I think that Kuba's has expended as well.
Yeah, I used my mercy point to not, bring Dot back from the dead after I threw a fireball at her.
Yes. And Dee's was expired because of some of the shenanigans that happened in an off-stream game, which I am uploading to YouTube in the near future. So that would actually be going up around about the year anniversary that it went on. So that'll be a little Christmas treat for the YouTube channel. But yeah,
Happy-go-lucky story.
I would say we can discuss it off stream, but there is still a point of mercy floating around that Sephi could use. But yeah, Eye of the Deep, it is in the description of this encounter. She is hoping that someone starts something because Jawan promised she can eat at least one person. So that would fit perfectly into what she was doing. Giant Shark is not, hey, she's just a regular shark. No, she's the Captain Yawoon and the ship and everything. They're one of the three big bads in well, I don't want to spoil too much, but the Trident, they are one of the major threats in the campaign. This was an introduction to them.
Thanks, guys.
Oh.
They're gonna go meet up and be like, you know what? We've learned our lesson. We're gonna change our ways.
So
I kind of want these guys to turn out to be our bandits, like from the Mighty Nine.
Yeah.
Just every time they encounter us, they walk away humiliated.
I will
feeling
say-
pretty bad for themselves.
You're forgetting that those bandits were bandits. CR quarter. These are
I know.
big NPCs we've just pissed off for
Yeah.
life.
yeah, your lives. But no, seriously, I will say this. I did not expect the meat grinder that was freaking Undril Silvertusk. Undril is an NPC. She is also a named NPC in the book, who may or may not come into play later on. So having her show up at this early stage, this was sort of like just a little throwaway Easter egg. I did not expect that at all. So if it weren't for Undril, this is how that encounter was supposed to go. You either pay up, you're either very good and you pay up, and he just leaves. He was probably going to boo Ortmai on the way past because, again, there's history between those two characters. We won't get into right now, but there is history between them. Or the alternative is you start a fight and they wipe the floor with you. They don't kill you. They just say, okay, pick one, arm or leg. And you lose an arm or a leg.
So that's why most of the crew is missing appendages.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, he's...
Oh dear God.
Yeah, he is not a pleasant person.
If that had happened, Undra would have pointed to Garrick and said leg.
Fuck!
Ooh.
What is up with you guys? Throw yourself under the bus for once.
No, he was being
I
a
threw myself in
bastard.
the Cuba. I threw myself in the shark.
And it's very
Just
noble, sir.
wanted to protect the ship.
Yes. Oh,
And you
know
succeeded.
what?
You succeeded.
I'll tell you right now, Undra was gonna. I'll just say it off. I'll save it for off stream because I want to say it while you guys are all still here though.
Okay. So before we go offline from this first experience of Tomb of the Abomination, what did we think of the game so far?
It's amazing.
This is going to be very interesting.
Oh,
Yes.
fuck yeah. Holy
I've never
shit.
been more happy to face certain doom.
Oh, I'm glad. Okay.
I want to apologize for breaking everybody's eardrums a minute ago.
I didn't hear anything.
That's all
Okay,
good.
my mic was off.
Yeah, it is all good, my friend. But yeah, we might also, depending on how things go, we may, if they're available, we may have another player join us to
Nice.
swap out our dear D. If IC is interested, there may be a IC shaped player. I don't know where I was going with that. It's been a long day. So much math. But anyway, until Thursday, which will be our next session, I would like to go down the list and get a good night from Ants in the Pants Char, the tiefling.
Bye.
A good night from Nobody Points a Blade at Me, Kinrel, the half-elf gunslinger.
Good night, Flebs.
Good night, Flex.
A good night from Undril. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor. Silver Tusk.
As always, wash your hands, and remember, be good to each other. I'm watching.
A good night from... I have sustained system damage. Bucket of bolts.
Hostile entity detected.
Yes, very hostile. A very good night from a kobold. Kuba? No.
Good night, everyone.
And last but not least, a very good night from our number one chum.
You stole my jokey bastard.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
It's a toothsome pun.
Good night,
Oh.
everybody. Sweet dreams.
Bye.
What a sweaty adventure.